Good afternoon. The defending champion is looking to keep his title defence on track. Jim McEwan is in Group C action this afternoon. Can the Chucky Chucker make it through to Saturday night's final? But he's got a tough field full of players looking to play at respective World Championships here at the end of this year and the start of next. Well, Alan Norris back at the MODUS Super Series. He's been in imperious form on the World Seniors Circuit in 2023. Can he translate it onto this stage? Darren Johnson's looking forward to a second World Championship appearance of the year. Having started at the Circus Tavern in February, he's going to be at the Lakeside next week. As for Claydon, the shredder, he's our ADC qualifier today. Coming off the tour in 2022, he wants to put in some impressive performances here. As for Johan Engstrom, his week started quite well, winning 3 matches on Monday, but just dovetailed as it went towards the line in Group A. Meanwhile, for Jan McIntosh, he lost his first 7 games, but there's been signs of improvement as the week's gone along. Can the Pharaoh land a place in the finale on Saturday? Whilst it's a Group C appearance for the champion, Jim McEwan. He made it through Group C at Champions Week. Maybe that's the sort of divine inspiration he needs. So that is who is in action this afternoon. Calling the action is Matthew Edgar up here on the balcony. And the defending champion, Jim McEwan. How have you assessed his week up to press?
Not good enough. Not good enough from someone who's won this and is the defending champion of the entire thing. Dropping into Group C, it's going to be disappointing for Jim McEwan, no doubt. And we've seen that in his game. We've seen that frustration coming through. We've seen him throw darts away. We've seen him slamming darts down on the table. This isn't the sign of a champion. This isn't the sign of Jim McEwan. This is a sign of a man who's now playing with expectation, who's now playing with eyes on him, and he hasn't responded.
I also wonder as well, because he's the first defending champion, he's actually defended his title quite early on in a series. And when you consider the intricacies of this competition, would you rather defend early or would you rather everybody wait and see your name as the defending champion later on?
I think for him, he needed time for it to sink in. For Jim McEwan, we're underestimating how big an achievement this was for him. This is a player he's in his 50s now, but he's having the best years of his career now. And when you've had that career that he has, where he hasn't had the level of success that he's getting now, you want a bit of time just to enjoy it, to sort of let it sink in. And the issue for Jim is it's straight back to the grind. Straight back to the drawing board.
This is how the tournament bracket breaks down then following the conclusion of Group A. Jake McMillan, the first player through to Saturday night's final. Group C is what we're going to see this afternoon. And then Group B tonight is going to feature the likes of Leonard Gates and Chaz Barstow in action. But Group C is what we're looking at this afternoon. And this is what the bookmakers think of proceedings today. The defending champion, Jim McEwan, goes off as the heavy favourite at 8-15. But you look at other players in the field, they've picked up form at the right time of year.
Value in Jim McEwan, yes, he's the favourite. 8-15, I'm not sure. Brett Claydon, I like him, former PDC Tour card holder. He's had good success here, reached the semi-final the last time he was here, so I wouldn't be surprised to see him go well. Darren Johnson getting ready for his attack on Lakeside. Johan Engstrom played better than the results suggest. He had some good performances, especially yesterday. I wouldn't be surprised to see him in the mix. Alan Norris, recent finalist on that seniors tour as well. So I think 8-15 is a little bit tight.
Indeed it is. Right, let's have a look at the bet builder for today's action. Pays just over 5-1 in the handicaps market. McEwan against Norris, the 180 market for Norris against Engstrom, and then Darren Johnson in the match winner market against Jan McIntosh. That pays just over 5-1. 18+, begambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series this afternoon. And it is the Pharaoh, Jan McIntosh, that's going to kick off the campaign today. He takes on Brett Claydon, the shredder, looking to cut the opposition apart. Matthew Edgar's going to make his way down to the commentary box to describe all the action. And it's a very warm Super Series welcome to Dan McCarthy. Welcome to the team. Dan, very good afternoon to you, my friend.
Thank you very much, Henry. Really excited to be here in this quite literal cathedral of darts. Group C about to begin in earnest. And as mentioned, Jim McEwan should be the heavy favourite coming into this with the Super Series record that he has, winning Champions Week only a few weeks ago. But we are going to start with a man who struggled quite a bit in Group A in Jan McIntosh, a real history maker for the small nation of the Faroe Islands, representing his country on TV against a former tour card holder in Brett Claydon, someone who reached the semi-finals of the MODUS Super Series. So he does have pedigree coming into this competition. Just 2 wins from 13 for McIntosh over the first 3 days. But the beauty of the Super Series means that he gets another opportunity. Jack Garwood will be the referee calling the scores on the stage. Brett Claydon will start things off. And Matt, I think it's safe to say that we probably think Claydon
100
will be the closest competitor to Jim McEwan if McEwan finds his A game for the rest of the week.
Well, that's what the odds suggest as well, isn't it? That Brett Claydon is the man to do so. And when you look at what Brett Claydon's achieved in his career, especially that PDC tour card,
45.
as you mentioned, that is beyond the levels of what Jim McEwan has managed to achieve across his career so far. So when you look at the price of 4-1 on Brett Claydon, I think there's some sizable value in there, and he's got a good fixture to kick things off here. He's taking on Jan McIntosh, who hasn't had the best of form over the first 3 days. But for Jan McIntosh, this is more darts than he's probably ever played.
135.
And that was something he wanted to really get off his chest this morning as well when I first spoke to him when we came through the door, that he's actually feeling a little bit tired within the arm and within the action.
Yeah, it's completely understandable as well.
100.
It's been 3 days of solid darts, playing for hours on end. The early start as well, you've got to take that into consideration. But it is a real learning curve for Jan McIntosh. Brett Claydon, on the other hand, is experienced in these kinds of situations. He is the ADC qualifier, playing on the amateur system. So clearly not sulking after losing the tour card last year. He's getting on with things, and I'm sure he'll be wanting to get back on the PDC Pro Tour as quickly as possible.
And you'd be brave to bet against him doing so, but maybe Jan McIntosh, tiredness is a good thing. He's left himself at double 8 after just 12 darts thrown, and this is against the thrower, Brett Claydon.
And he is going to get an opportunity as well. Claydon just needs to try and set this up.
65.
Now, this is where McIntosh has really struggled this week. The scoring phase has been decent, but the doubling has left a lot to be desired. Across now to double 4. You'll be a good guide.
12.
And that's the real problem with his performances
78.
this week. That was a wild dart, and he should have used that that guide at double 4, really.
And the problem is when you give a player with pedigree like Brett Claydon a chance, you always feel like they're likely to take these sort of
38.
opportunities. A really well-thrown dart there from
4.
Brett Claydon. For another opportunity here for McIntosh to get that early break.
Potential for faffing in the madhouse.
No score.
Bust the score, and already
require
5 missed darts at a double for Jan McIntosh.
Game shot on the
Well,
first
it
leg.
wasn't without
Brett
drama,
Claydon.
but Brett Claydon gets hold of throw in the end, and I've been in this position, McIntosh has. Of course I have.
Second
That's
leg,
why I'm
it's
sat
down
here,
to
not
throw
there
first.
playing
What,
right now.
losing?
Game
Yes, and constantly losing. I've been there many times. But when you get to this point where you come to a new day, you come in and your mind's refreshed and you feel quite energetic and hopeful.
140.
But then when you get negativity, it instantly takes you back to those first couple of days.
Yeah, it'll be really frustrating that for McIntosh because, as mentioned, the scoring was excellent in the first leg. It should have been a break of
100.
throw, but the tendency to miss on the outer ring has come back to bite Jan McIntosh, and Brett Claydon will have eyed this game up first on the stage, and I think quietly he'll have been happy at the way that the schedule is with playing McIntosh first up.
Oh, absolutely. When you look at the players in the practice room, and we picked a lot of them out at the start of the show there, this is the one where you want to try and get those
97.
points on the board nice and early.
Tried to stay there to leave 140. Big 2 treble visit needed for Claydon to get down to a finish. With that very unique throwing action he's got. It's
140.
not exactly one you'd coach to a young player because there's virtually no follow through. It's just almost a a finger point like Johnny Clayton at the board rather than a proper follow-through.
It's more of a flick at the point of release. When it gets to that point of release, it's almost the
95.
wrist
Brett, you require 100.
flicks it through rather than the arm doing the action.
Big 164 isn't going to go, so McIntosh should get another chance.
60.
It might only be one dart at the
You
bull.
require 85.
Leaves 79. Well, he went the aggressive route to try and tee up tops.
79.
And that's
Brett, you
a
require
bit of a miscount.
104.
Don't think he meant to leave double three, although the way that his doubling's been this week, he'll want to try anything he can. Now Claydon can't go out 104.
Sloppy that from
64.
Claydon when you
Jan, you
slip into
require
that 5 with the
6.
opening dart. Eliminates the opportunity of being able to take out the finish. Quite handy there, can just come over the top.
Game shot on the second
Perfect
leg.
adjustment
Jan
there from Jan McIntosh. That second dart I felt was just a little bit safe. Just trying to avoid hitting the 3 where on the
Third
last
leg,
one,
it's Brett
that
to throw
opportunity had
first.
gone. You just got to be aggressive
Game
and
on.
attack.
Yeah, he'll feel a whole lot better about himself now. Jan McIntosh, he's got that leg on the board.
177.
It's a perfect start for Brett Claydon to leg 3.
First start for McIntosh here, already better. From what we've seen over the
100.
last couple of days, that first start's been more of a sighter or a finder for him. Now he's throwing it with a lot more purpose. He's getting a lot more results with that opening shot. But Claydon is making a bit of a move.
140.
5 into a 9, and the grimace on his face suggests he fancied it.
$121.
Well, it's a sloppy last start, but scoring's been pretty decent so far from Jan McIntosh. He's been tending to be averaging around about the sort of high 70s,
58.
low 80s this week. Yet his scoring's been decent. It's just, if he was able to tidy up on the outer ring, he could be a really dangerous player here.
We say here at the Super Series about a 33% on the doubles is where you need to be. And the closest McIntosh has been to that in a whole day has been 26%.
60.
So at his best,
Brett,
he's
you
still
require
falling short by about
126.
7.
Well, doesn't need to go for the bull if he finds treble 19. Not going to get the option anyway.
59.
Should go bull.
32. Brett, you require 67.
Yeah, a bit of more miscounting from McIntosh. Leaves tops.
47.
Another wire bender there on tops. And McIntosh not on a finish. 40 had put pressure on.
60.
60 doesn't.
Brett, you require 20.
So to keep the holds of throw going and the pattern of play firmly in play, double 10 for Brett Claydon. Little shuffle to the right to come over the top of the
Game shot
barrel,
on
and
the
he does
third
so
leg. Brett Claydon.
absolutely perfectly. You've got a choice in that situation. You can go left and try and play into the tungsten,
Fourth leg.
or you
it's
can
Jan
move
to
across
throw
to the
first.
right and go over the
Game
top.
on.
So a little indication as well there into how Brett Claydon moves around the board. But there's that first dart again from McIntosh.
84.
When you land the first dart plumb in the treble 20 and only come away with 84, you are going to be frustrated. It's strange, really, because the first dart has been so good from McIntosh for
85.
much of this game, but he's just not been able to follow it up. It suggests that he's kind of struggling to replicate the action.
Yeah, absolutely. And normally when you get that first start in the treble, it tends to give you confidence for the rest of the
25.
throw. However, a player like Brett Claydon will look at a shot like that from McIntosh and think, hello, this is the moment to step up, find a 140, take authority in this match.
140.
There you see again the action from Claydon where the arm just doesn't extend. It's amazing how he can be as good as he is when such a fundamental part of how darts players should throw, in
60.
quotation marks, just isn't there.
Another one of the players there, you see, who stands on top of the hockey before he throws, a la Gary Anderson, Adrian Lewis. Have you ever found out why players do that? Yeah, I do it myself. And what it is, it's so you can keep moving. So when you come to the hockey, a lot of the time the player's still there retrieving their darts. So you can stand and get into position. You stood ready.
41.
When you stand on the hockey first, it means you're still moving. But it just, like there, you see, he didn't do it that time because McIntosh was out of the way at that point. So it's just to make sure that you're not stood still doing nothing.
89.
Yeah, darts players are creatures of habit. They've all got their little quirks that they like to go through. I mean, no more so than Brett's good mate Andrew Gilding with the sideways walk to the hockey and then placing himself very far on the left as McIntosh lands another
Brett,
max.
requires 62.
That changes the whole complexion of the back end of this leg because a minute ago we was looking at Brett Claydon having all the time in the world.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
And that's
Brett
just
Claydon.
pressed that urgency button there for Brett Claydon, who takes out his best finish of the match so far and puts himself a leg away from getting 2 points on the board at the earliest opportunity.
Fifth leg, it's Brett to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, they're such short format games here at the Super Series. One break of throw really can make all the difference, and Brett Claydon will be feeling pretty good about
60.
himself.
Especially when he's thrown first in this match anyway, because now that gives him 2 opportunities with throw to get this match won, and the bonus now of that leg where McIntosh would throw first. So that really does install Brett
36.
Claydon as a very strong favourite now to get over the line. And McIntosh, the longer this game's going, the more the darts are starting to go wayward and the more he's starting to lose that vertical line.
70.
It was almost becoming contagious, but Claydon rescues that visit with the Rebel 20.
Did you see the eyes? He wasn't happy with that. Sort of a
70.
angry look. And there's the same shot from McIntosh. However, you can feel so different about it. I often say 66 is the one. If you go 1-5 treble 20, you normally think, oh, I'm quite happy with 66. If you go treble
60.
25-1, you are fuming with 66.
Yeah, it's like when we see a good ton and a bad ton. If the last dart's in the treble, it's a good ton. If the first, it's a
97.
missed opportunity, you'd say.
$60.
He just wants it done, doesn't he? You can see, we've seen the eyes, we've seen the teeth, we see that tip of the head. He knows that this is an opportunity and he just wants to get this match over with.
50.
Yeah, because with the greatest of respect to Jan, the wheels look to have fallen off a little bit in this last leg. Matthew Claydon's only just about half the score after 12 darts.
60.
When we sit in these chairs and we watch these games, we feel like the wheels have fallen off. But I guarantee if you stop this now and ask Brett Claydon, he will go, I've got to get this done before he starts hitting. Because when you're up there playing, you're always wary of what your opponent can do
42.
or what they're capable of.
Yeah, it's a dangerous tactic to rely on your opponent missing rather than you scoring.
$65.
Good thinking there from Brett to lead the 1-2-6. That means he only needs the 1 treble now to get the dart at the bullseye for the match.
60.
60 there for McIntosh
Brett, you
means he
require
needs the 2, which
126.
again installs Brett Claydon as a big favourite. In a leg he won't be too happy with. He's already thrown 18 darts in this leg.
Ball for the match. Brett
101.
Claydon misses the first
Jan, you
match
require
dart of the game.
146.
Big ass, though, for Jan McIntosh, you'd say.
He's not capable of giving himself the opportunity. So Brett
32.
Claydon back 25
Brett, you require 25.
for the first 2 points of Group C.
Double 8. Well, it's
Game
a
shot
scrappy
and the
last
match.
leg, but Brett Claydon does get the job done against Jan McIntosh. It wasn't a stellar contest to start off Group C. Jan McIntosh will have been pleased with his scoring, at least in the first part of the game, but the problem is on the outer ring. Only 1 from 8. Brett Claydon, solid enough, 1 in every 3 of his darts hitting the outer ring. An 80 average, he'll hope to improve. Coming up after the break, we have got Darren Johnson against Johan Engstrom.
Game number 2 here in Group C, and we've got Darren Johnson for Yorkshire, a man who you may think something's missing from. It's very unusual to see Darren Johnson here without Martin Turner. He's going to be taking on Johan Engstrom of Sweden, man who has been here all week, who's been playing a lot better than his results would suggest. He did end yesterday with a nice victory against James Richardson.
First leg, it's
But
Darren
can
to
he
throw
keep
first.
that run going?
Game
Taking
on.
on Darren Johnson from Yorkshire, a man whose form's been pretty good this year. He'll be going to Lakeside. He's going to be seeded for that event. So he's here in preparation for what will be his 2nd World Championship this year,
60.
because he did earlier on this year playing the Seniors World Championship, where he lost to the 16-time champion of the world, Phil Taylor.
Who's that again?
94.
He's done a few things in the game, hasn't he? The power. I remember that game quite well, actually, because if you remember, Darren Johnson played the power in a Dennis Priestley shirt.
96.
Yeah, he looks like he's paying homage to Dennis Priestley with the shirt he's got on, just blue and black stripes rather than red and black. But Darren Johnson, as you mentioned, Matt, will be the number 14
60.
seed going to Lakeside. He's a former PDC Pro Tour finalist, bit of a surprise finalist as well. Ended up losing that one to Simon Whitlock, a player with
60.
undoubted ability. Comes up against Johan Engstrom, who, speaking to some of the guys in the production team last night, to get your thoughts on it, Matt, I heard
60.
one claim, which is quite a bold claim, that Johan Engstrom is the best tops hitter in the world, or the best that they've ever seen.
Brave. Very brave.
82.
I think claims like that often come down to a bit of bias in terms of what you're used to or what you see. For me, the best tops player in the world would be Ryan Searle. But part of that's because I spent a lot of time with Ryan Searle, so I
140.
get to see that side of him a lot. So yeah, I think it's bold, I think it's brave, but on the evidence of what I've seen so far, I would say that he's very good at tops.
81. Johan, you require 147.
Yeah, I was going to say, I thought Ryan Searle and Robert Thornton would have something to say about that. 147 isn't going to go.
54. Darren, you require 122.
Darren will be looking to start on the 18s. Needs a treble. Gets the treble. Bullseye for Johnson.
97.
That would have been an
Johan,
ideal
you
start.
require 93.
The less fashionable route nowadays for the 93, but here's tops. Is he the best today?
53.
Well,
Darren, you
the
require
evidence today
25.
suggests that he's not the best tops hitter in the world. We'll let him off, though. It's just one attempt so far.
17.
Well, we're going to see it for a second
Johan, you
time.
require 40. Game shot on the first leg.
That's pretty good.
Johan Engstrom.
Clinical from Johan Engstrom.
Second leg, it's Johan to
A
throw
good start
first.
to the day. Like I said, he has
Game
been
on.
playing well this week. He opened up yesterday. He lost his first 2 games. He averaged 92 and 93. You think he's a little bit harsh to come off the board with no points after that?
100.
And he's someone that Glenn Durrant, who's been here throughout the week with myself, was very aware of. First met him in 2012. Said that
85.
this is some player. He expects to see the best of him come Thursday and Friday, and well, it's a very good start here against DJ Darren Johnson.
43.
Yeah, you often wonder in the minds of players whether they would rather come into Thursday and Friday having played 3 days
42.
worth of darts, even if the results haven't necessarily gone their way, or whether you'd rather come in cold and fresh like Darren Johnson has.
Yeah, I think that's one of those questions that is very subjectable to the person you ask.
100.
If you was to ask me that question, I just want to play Thursday and Friday. I don't want the 3 days before. However, if you ask Luke
90.
Littler that question, Luke Littler wants to play those 3 days, and he wants to go to a local open in the evening as well.
Well, he's a child. He's got no excuse not to be fresh.
He just wants to play darts all the time. I remember him coming
100.
down, he drops a message, where can I have a practice on the Sunday? It's like, Luke, you're about to play 6 days of darts. Why do you want to play darts on Sunday? Then he goes to an open on Tuesday, an open on
134.
Wednesday.
Johan, you require
can't get enough.
158.
It's that lovely zeal he's got for the game. Engstrom's not going to take out 158.
58. Darren,
Rounds
you
it off,
require
though, to again.
150.
Potentially leave that tops target. So with the idea that he's the best top sitter in the world by your source, if it's a single
60.
20 here, surely he's going to go
Johan, you
top
require
stops.
100.
You would think.
Well, we're going to get to find out.
60.
My source did tell me that
Darren,
he
you
very,
require
very rarely
90.
misses below the wire, so I'm not going to trust that source in the future.
What
65.
source was it, brown or red?
Johan, you require 40.
Brown.
Game shot on the second
Well-
leg. Johan Engstrom.
The 2 legs he's won so far have both been on tops, and he doubles his lead here against Darren Johnson, who hasn't yet
Third leg, it's
got
Darren to
going
throw
in this
first.
game and shown us that form
Game
for a
on.
man who's going to be seeded at Lakeside in just a couple of weeks' time, and a man who not too long ago was in the final of a silver-ranked event up in
125.
Sweden, losing out in the final to Thomas Johans.
Yeah, he's been in good form on the WDF circuit. A couple of semi-finals in Malta earlier this month.
85.
It's like he's found where he's going to succeed the most nowadays, Darren Johnson. He is a player who's sort of
43.
been on the various tours. He was on the Pro Tour for quite some years, the Challenge Tour, WDF, he's doing seniors. But it's like he's now found his place on that WDF circuit where he feels like he's going to be able to excel.
81.
Not too much success here, though. He has been down to the Super Series quite some times and
82.
tends to get stuck in the group phases. He's been close. The last couple of occasions, hasn't managed to find his way through to Saturday night. If he is to be in Saturday night, he needs to be in the top 2 of this group. That will conclude
97.
tomorrow around 6 p.m.
Yeah, he last came to the MODUS Super Series in August and
180.
didn't make it out of the group.
Said he hasn't found his form yet. And so typical when you find yours.
121.
How often does the opponent go
Darren,
with you?
require 71.
Ops for Johnson.
Game shot on the third
Gets it.
leg. Darren Johnson.
Gives Johan Engstrom a taste of his own medicine, so he finally checks out and lands his first leg of the match.
Fourth leg, it's Johan to throw first. Game on.
That is so typical of the game. When we sit in the back room or you drive into a darts venue, you always think, I wouldn't mind getting the easy draw, or it'd be nice if my opponent doesn't play well against
91.
me today. But what tends to happen is you go with them. You play someone who doesn't play up to form and you don't play to form. When your opponent starts playing well, you tend to go with it, and it's what you expect.
41.
That's why I always say the easiest players to play, not the easiest players to beat, before I get misquoted. The easiest players to play are the Michael van Gerwens, Michael Smiths, because you don't need to know what they're doing. You know what they're doing.
83.
They're pummeling in 140s and 180s, which means there is no opponent. You're just playing and trying to get those opportunities.
Yeah, and there's no mucking about with
96.
those players either. They're up to the hockey, they're throwing their 3 darts, and then they're coming off.
Yeah, good pace, good pace.
$57.
Something that we may see vary in our next game when we see Alan Norris come onto the stage for his first game in Group C action. Also in that game,
97.
get a tally going on how many times he changes his darts, because he'll change them quite a lot throughout the match. If you think you've seen something with Peter Wright, see what happens in our next game when you check out Alan Norris.
Yeah, we'll have to see on stage just
60.
how bulky the darts case is.
It's a suitcase. It's got wheels on it.
$97.
Nice set-up play there for Johnson to leave the Big E.
$31. Darren, you require 170.
Well, that eliminates the need for Johnson to really take out 170.
135.
So instead, has to leave 35. Should get 2 darts at the outer ring.
I like that play from Johnson as well, because it gives him the choice now to set up what he
34.
wants,
Darren, you
rather
require
than
35.
switching down the board and going to a double he didn't want to go to. Double 16 for Johnson. For a level game, get that breaker throw back.
19.
And you feel like there's not
Johan, you
too
require
much damage missing those 2
145.
opportunities. Engstrom a long way back. Going to need to find a couple of trebles to get a dart at the double. Can't find on this occasion, so Johnson will return back to the board. Get us back
65.
level and make himself
Darren, you
favourite
require
once again.
16.
For a breaker throw. Had problems here already. And
No
the problems
score.
continue.
Johan, you require 80.
Probably better to bust a score, though, than going side on double 4. That is one crumb of comfort, I suppose. Double 19. Double 10.
70. Darren, you
Nearly
require
rectified
16.
the situation. He just had to stay straight, and he didn't do so. So lost the opportunity to go for his favourite tops.
Game shot on the fourth
Johnson
leg. Darren
finally gets
Johnson.
over the line. The doubles have been the troubles for Johnson so far. He's had 12 darts at the outer
Fifth
ring
leg,
and
it's
only
Darren to
converted the
throw
two.
first.
But the best
Game
thing for
on.
him at the moment is that he's carving out those opportunities.
Yeah, it's a 23 dart break of throw for Darren Johnson.
100.
No wonder Johan Engstrom is scratching his head in the background.
When you asked me earlier on, is it better to play the first
81.
3 days or to come in fresh? Sometimes when we look at a Group C, the answer is simple, it's coming fresh. Because if you're in a Group
60.
C, it means you haven't had a positive Group A campaign, you finished in the bottom half of the table. I think that's what we're seeing here with Engstrom, because he started off so well, but then when there's been an ounce of negativity, that tree has just grown so quickly when that seed has been planted.
60.
Yeah, well, the averages at the moment suggest that both players are struggling, really. It's mid-70s stuff.
100.
Dusting off the cobwebs, I suppose. Getting their action in, and as the afternoon progresses, both players will be looking to improve.
43.
And trying to find position in the table as well. You don't want to be chasing throughout the rest of this group. You want to get some
100.
points on the board, ideally 4 out of the first 6. If you haven't got 4 out of the first 6 points, you're going to be chasing for the rest of the group, and not an ideal position to be in when you're looking ahead of you rather than behind.
60. Darren, you require 141.
Double 12. Nearly a piece of
129.
brilliance from Darren Johnson. But I don't think he'll be panicking. He is a long, long way in front of Johan Engstrom, who continues to shake the head. Not happy with his performance thus far.
45.
That's a
Darren,
very
you
wild
require
third
12.
dart.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Darren Johnson.
Easy as you like.
Well, the scores there rectify that as well. Darren Johnson going out on 12, while
Sixth
Engstrom
leg,
back
it's
on
Johan to throw
212.
Game on.
Which means that Darren Johnson outscoring him by 200 points. A very, very good sign for Darren Johnson, his family and friends. And I'm sure,
81.
like I've said already, Martin Turner as well, who I'm sure will be tuning in to check out his good friend Darren Johnson, who normally attached at the hip.
96.
He's another man who'll be heading to Lakeside. Could be a potential semi-final clash.
Actually won the pairs together in
134.
Sweden as well. The Yorkshire Partnership.
Superb county.
123.
Oh, dominated the world of darts in terms of county darts for many, many seasons. Big, big names come from there. Was always the place to be.
79. 30.
Finishing line coming into sight for Darren Johnson, and the slips are starting to come back into play. Engstrom starting to get back on track.
59.
Yeah, it's looking like we might be going to a last leg shootout.
$41.
Certainly now.
Johan, you require
6 starts here for
148.
Engstrom, which means this is a bit of a freebie, a setup shot. 100 here will be more than acceptable.
$95.
Well, near enough. Preferred the ton, no doubt.
Same equation though, still for Johan, single to double.
86. Johan, you require
That was risky
53.
business from Darren Johnson. Could have left the bogey number. Maybe he feels the leg has gone. And Engstrom and tops, usually a match made in heaven.
33.
Not on this occasion, though.
Darren, you require 125.
Go on then, bull 25 bull. No, he decides to go the less flashy route.
86.
Long way adrift.
Johan, you
Bull has
require
not been
20.
Darren Johnson's friend in this game.
Game shot on the sixth
Well, if you
leg.
like
Johan
tops, you
Engstrom.
must like 10s because that's obviously the next target in line, and he polishes that up straight away and takes us to a last
Seventh and
leg
final leg.
shootout.
It's Darren to throw first.
Darren Johnson with the advantage
Game
of
on.
throw. We've seen this be a massive advantage in the past. But you have to find that treble with the visit, and he's found 2.
Exactly what Johan Engstrom did not want to see, particularly after the first start, landed in the 5.
79.
Unfortunate. I don't think that was going in the treble. I think it was just nestling outside, but still 19 points on the floor.
96.
Yeah, it makes a massive, massive difference, that, because now if he hits a 60, it's going to force him that he needs the extra treble. Where the single wouldn't have done so.
60.
Now he's in big trouble. Darren Johnson got a big, big advantage here, a big, healthy lead. He's just got to not do anything dramatic
45.
here. He's just got to try and serve it out. Don't panic, don't rush, don't think you need those maximum visits. The damage has been done. It's now on if Johnson makes a mistake.
43.
If Johnson
27.
makes a mistake.
Well, with the way that Engstrom scored in this game, that probably won't be too costly.
42.
And it isn't costly. Bit of a let-off for Darren Johnson.
$85.
Edgy. Is it going to be as easy as 1, 2, 3 though? For Darren Johnson.
140.
Well, he's not going to have as much time as he thought
Darren,
he
you
would at
require
this situation.
123.
Engstrom with a 140 to apply the pressure. 66. He said the bullseye's not been the friend. Well,
83.
that's worked out all right.
Johan, you require 137.
Yeah, it's what we call a good miss. Not going to get a chance to leave tops.
95. Check 97.
Both
Darren, you
players
require
thrown
40.
18 darts. Both players left on double top. Darren Johnson gets the first pop. I think he thought that was in when he leaned over.
20.
Darren Johnson cannot find
Johan,
the
you
winning
require
dart.
40.
3 from 19 on the doubles.
Game
And
shot.
Johan
And the
Engstrom
match,
pins
Johan
tops.
Engstrom.
For what really was a real steal. Darren Johnson created so many more opportunities on the outer ring. Johan Engstrom, you can see him holding his hands up in the air. Not a great performance from the Swede, but a win's a win. He gets his first points on the board in this Group C campaign. And coming up after the break, we've got Alan Norris against the Champions Week winner, Jim McEwan. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series for the third match of this Group C campaign. We are going to see the winner of the last Champions Week in Jim McEwan. Took the title, took the £20,000 check earlier this month, win in that game, but did not go to plan for him in Group A, hence why he is in Group C. Didn't perform to the level that we know he is capable of. He was showing visible signs of frustration the way he played in some of his games. He picked up 16 points, winning more than he was defeated in.
First
it was
leg,
a very
it's Alan
tight
to throw
group, and he's up
first.
against Alan Norris,
Game
who's been
on.
playing some pretty good stuff on the Seniors Tour this year. It is Chuck against Chucky, and both of them will be hoping to chuck some pretty decent darts in this game. Interesting
100.
to see how Jim McEwan responds to what have been 3 pretty disappointing days.
Yeah, absolutely. It has been disappointing. It's not been good enough, but it's been played with expectation now for Jim McEwan, and I'll be really intrigued to see
96.
how he responds. You say they've got to throw some good darts. Alan Norris is going to have to throw more good darts than anybody, because we mentioned in that last game that he's going to change them a lot. He's changed them already.
60.
He's changed them during the practice darts. If you see on the table, he's got like a suitcase full of darts, and he just can't help but he's changing them again.
He makes Peter Wright look consistent with his dart selection.
46.
So we've got option 1, 2, and 3 for this. Only 3 options this time for Alan Norris, so he's gone a bit safe.
95.
Yeah, will that be enough, do we think, for a best of 7 game?
Well, they'll certainly get rotation, won't they? It's like when you play your local football game and it's rolling subs. It's like Alan Norris's darts.
100.
Yeah, they're all look similar with the colour of the flights and the stems, but the barrels will be different. I'm sure there'll be slightly different weights, different shapes as well. And it's all about how he feels comfortable, or what he feels comfortable using.
108.
Right, stick with these. You've hit a max. No need to change.
I've got a feeling if he doesn't take the 66, he'll change to his double in darts and then come back to these for some scoring.
139.
That's the danger
Alan,
when
you
you change
require
darts so often,
66.
that you start getting those attachments to the different sets.
Leaves tops.
26. Jim, you require 120.
Early chance for Jim McEwan to pounce. To the checkouts you expect him to have a chance with that methodical throw of his.
60. Alan, you require 40.
So he selects the tops hitting darts.
35.
Maybe he picked the wrong setup. It should have been the other one.
Jim,
The other
you
ones are the
require
tops hitting
60.
darts, Alan.
Well, I'm glad you're keeping track of the changes, because I've got absolutely no chance. Jim McEwan wants tops himself. Well, something's bothering both players. I don't know if there's a fly in the arena. Both of them swatting something away.
40.
Yeah, it's the fly's fault, I think.
Alan, you require 5.
Yeah, I'm one of them too. Double 2.
3.
This can cause
you require
frustration early on
20.
when you start the day with missed doubles. That's 6 missed doubles now for Alan Norris in this opening leg, and he'll feel like he should have been ahead here against McEwan. The champion of champions struggling
10.
and continues to struggle
Alan, you
this week.
require 2.
I believe the camera just picked up another change for Alan Norris then, and these double 1 darts.
Game shot on the
Well,
first leg.
They've
Alan
worked.
Norris.
It's 23 darter to start proceedings. Jim McEwan already looks exasperated.
Second leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
It's a 23 darter for Norris, but he only threw each dart about twice.
$140.
Better there from McEwan. One thing me and Glenn Durrant picked up on this week is Jim McEwan is so solid on his own darts. Very rarely gets broken.
85.
Yeah, he's going to have to be the one to do the breaking of throw if he's to win this game.
137.
Our players who've certainly had differing levels of success on the MODUS Super Series. We've mentioned
45.
a few times that Jim McEwan was the champion of champions for Series 5. Alan Norris has yet to really get in that groove in this building, in this competition, but we were talking on the way here this
84.
morning that there must be something in his game that suggests that he's confident enough to come and keep playing.
Absolutely. When you keep coming to venues
45.
and you're getting
Jimmy
beat, you're not
require
getting the results,
140.
it's very easy to say, I've had my day. And you know when that time comes. Alan Norris feels that time has not come yet. He feels like time's not knocking on his door saying the best are behind.
100.
He feels there's plenty more in front. And that's probably because what he's seen on the practice board and certainly the glimmers he's seen on that seniors tour when he recently reached the final and
60.
had a big win on the
Jimmy
Challenge Tour
require
against
40.
Barry Van Peer, the man who won that Challenge Tour Order of Merit. But Jim
Game shot on the
McEwan
second leg.
has
Jim McEwan.
predicted, like clockwork, on throw, solid as always, a 13-dart leg.
Third leg, it's Alan to throw first.
Yeah, just the
Game on.
24-point disparity in the averages in this very early stage. Alan Norris struggling with the scoring phase of the
85.
game.
$85.
Sort of player Jim McEwan, who I imagine you wouldn't relish playing against because a lot more players in darts these days throw at a quicker pace than Jim
100.
McEwan, and we know that dart players who are quick or mid-paced don't like playing against slower players.
I've been in a practice room with Jim McEwan 4, maybe 5 times now here at either the Super Series or its predecessors.
123.
And I have never heard one person come into the room and go, woohoo, we've got Jim McEwan in our group. That's for 2 reasons. 1,
100.
he's slow. And 2, he's good.
Yeah, it can be a pretty deadly combination.
$83.
Bit of a snatchy third dart there from McEwan.
$100.
Well, this has been much better from Alan Norris, but Jim McEwan put him under considerable pressure.
Going to have to come downstairs here, McEwan, to try and leave something on.
40.
Leaves the 170.
Alan, you require 116.
Norris hasn't been convincing on the doubles, which will be the thing Jim McEwan can keep a hold of and hope.
96. Jimmy require
It's
170.
just 1 from 9. Jim McEwan to land a real blockbuster. Well, the radar seems to have just gone a little bit in the last few visits.
44. Alan, you require 20.
It's 10s for Norris. He gives Ioki a good boot in.
Game
He
shot
gives
on the
a double,
third
a good
leg.
hit
Alan
in.
Norris.
It's one of the things I like about watching Alan Norris. You get a lot of different quirky characteristics. You get the changes of darts.
Fourth leg,
you
it's
get
Jim to
him
throw first. Game
kicking
on.
the life out of our set. And as the day goes on, you also get a bit of Alan Norris yoga.
Yeah, he wears his heart on his sleeve. You can always tell what he's thinking.
140.
Not sure he'd be great on the poker table, but it's entertaining for us watching him on the hockey.
100.
Player that has got fantastic pedigree as well. Earlier in his career, a runner-up at Lakeside, a European Tour winner as well on the PDC. And when he was at his pomp, he was easily a top 16 player.
60.
Well, we've got the Players' Championship finals this weekend coming up in Minehead. I remember Alan Norris on board 2, hitting a 9-darter in that event.
140.
When he's in free flow and he's playing at his best, he's one of those players that have that rhythm like a Michael Smith, like an Adrian Lewis, that just make the game look easy.
60.
One of the dangers, though, is when you are one of those players on field, if it don't feel right, you get darts like this. You get to lose that line. You get wayward. You get the dart kicking slightly to the side.
43.
Bit of Richie Burnett there.
It's a bit of everybody, isn't he? That's the thing about Alan Norris. It's like fighting Shang Tsung on Mortal Kombat. He just keeps converting into different players.
Yeah, if he keeps doing that, I think Jim McEwan might need to invest in a pair of shin pads.
60.
There's a touch of the Gary Anderson there, with foot on top of the hockey. We've had the Rob Cross kicking it.
44.
And that is something we've seen all week. When players have switched over to the 18s, dropping it low into the 4s.
$141.
An excellent setup from McEwan.
$134. Jimmy
Stick
require
with those
40.
darts. Who knows? Jim McEwan wants double top.
Game shot
And
on
he
the
gets
fourth
it
leg.
first
Jim
time of
McEwan.
asking.
Fifth leg, it's Alan to throw first. Game on.
Great setup plays there from both players. And we're starting to warm up in this game as we get into the meat of it.
140.
Jim McEwan, though, is going to have to find a breaker throw from somewhere. And at the
58.
moment, making no real strides on the Alan Norris throw. Let Alan Norris just canter through.
85.
Yeah, on his own throw, it's been a 13 darter and a 16 darter. There's nothing wrong with that, Jim McEwan, but just finding that all-important break he is going to need if he take his first few points.
140.
Well, here's the
28.
opportunity. Opportunity for Jim McEwan here to step in. He might come down to the bottom of the board, starting on the 19s. Good thinking from McEwan. 6 of these leads to 170. Full house when I left the 1, 3, 2.
95.
95. Leaves scoreboard pressure.
There have been a few instances in this match where the final dart that McEwan's thrown, he's kind of snatched the arm rather than going forward. It's
58.
like flicked to the side.
Yeah. That's just tension and tightness within the arm there. Sometimes you can throw a bad dart and get a good result.
85.
That's just the thing, is it? It's got to land somewhere. It's great when you throw a horrible snatchy dart. You know you're throwing it bad and it still goes in the double.
100.
You think, oh, lovely.
Jimmy require
I remember
123.
Ryan Searle doing it at the World Championship and saying, felt like he threw up in his mouth when he hit it. Norris might be getting ready to throw up in his mouth if Jim McEwan find the bullseye for the 1-2-3 finish.
81.
Giving a breaker throw as well. It might be the
Alan, you
bullseye for
require
Alan.
90.
He can't find a treble with this opening dart.
Could be safe. Start on the 20s. One at the bull.
65.
Closer effort than
Jimmy
Jim's,
require
but
42.
McEwan with a chance to break the throw. Heading into what could be a match-clinching leg. 2 for tops. Good guide. Doesn't
2.
use the guide, though.
Alan, you require
Real let-off for Alan
25.
Norris, and Jim McEwan must wonder what he's got to do to break the Norris throw.
Well, the equation's
13.
simple for Jim McEwan. What he's got to do to
Jimmy
break the Norris
require
throw is hit the
40.
double. He can't do it. He's not been able to do it yet, but with 3 darts in hand here, Jim McEwan, on normal circumstances, you'd expect him to do so, especially with a dart like that first one.
No score.
That moves McEwan
Alan, you
down to
require 12.
15%, 2 from 13 on the doubles. It's not what you'd associate with Jim McEwan. Could be about to go. 3-2 down, a long way off for Norris.
Game shot on the
Great
fifth leg.
adjustment
Alan
down
Norris.
the board, though, for Norris. Now Norris has 2 legs for which he can convert his first 2 points of this group.
Doesn't he
Sixth
know it
leg,
as
it's
well?
Jim
The
to throw
little
first.
nod of the head in
Game on.
acknowledgement of the double 3. He made it look very easy as well. A difficult double for most players. Not many relish having to go to the most southerly section of the board.
55.
Looks like Norris was just having a little snack at the back of the stage there. Just brought his sandwiches up with him. We know it's a long day, Alan. You know, it's only game number 1.
Yeah, it looked like a little pot of mince or something.
140.
It's interesting to watch, isn't it? It gives you plenty to talk about, plenty to watch.
100.
I suppose the real story here, all about Jim McEwan. A couple of weeks ago was lifting the £20,000 prize and the series championship.
100.
And if this doesn't improve soon for Jim McEwan, we could then start to be painting the picture about how our defending champion might not even make the weekly final.
100.
Yeah, it would certainly be a surprise. You consider at the start of the day, a 6-player field, Jim McEwan, odds-on favourite to finish top of the
59.
group.
I will remind our viewers, though, I didn't like it, and I still don't now. I don't think we've seen the real Jim McEwan turn up and stand up here, and I think there's value across the board. Come tomorrow, it may be a different story. We may say, okay, now the odds have
140.
drifted, there's value there. But he started the day at 8-15. And I just thought that was very, very tight when you look at this group that's got a
140.
bit of pedigree.
Jimmy require 106.
And he's lost the opportunity to take out the shot here. The first dart a long, long way off. So regardless of what these last 2 darts do, Alan Norris knows it's 62 and it's 62 for the match.
21.
Well, he
Alan,
really
you
could have
require
rescued that
62.
had he found the treble 20 to leave his favourite tops. He doesn't. Alan Norris might get 2 darts at a double to win this match. Bit of a surprise in the early stages of Group C. Tops for Norris,
Game shot.
and he
the
pins
match,
it straight
Alan
off.
Norris.
And Alan Norris gets the job done on Jim McEwan. A bit of a surprise result between the 2 players, just exchanging a few words. There was a fly by the looks of things, putting both players off at the start of the match, and maybe that played its part. Alan Norris, a 4-2 success over Jim McEwan. After the break, we're going to see the return of Jan McIntosh and Darren Johnson.
back for our second round of fixtures here at the MODUS Super Series Group C, and we're going to be picking up with two players that didn't have too much success in their opening round of fixtures. Both players tasting defeat. Darren Johnson, the man on your screen, losing out 4-3 to Johan Engstrom, but did carve out plenty of opportunities for
First
himself.
leg, it's Jan to throw first.
Doubles.
Game
What's
on.
the problem for DJ? Just 3 from 19. Jan McIntosh joins us for a fourth day of action. The man from the Faroe Islands been on the wrong end of results, but there were some real positive signs in the opening game that he was going to be able to leave behind
30.
the real negativity that he had from that Group A campaign. He did finish bottom of the league.
Yeah, I was really impressed actually with Jan McIntosh's scoring power. I mean, coming into this after one full round of fixtures, no players hit
40.
more 180s. He got a couple in his opening match against Brett Claydon, but it's the profligacy on the doubles that is costing Jan McIntosh for the entire week, not just in the last game against Brett Claydon. You get the feeling
40.
if the scoring power drops off, then McIntosh could really be in a lot of trouble. It's not been the most electrifying start to Group C. Jim McEwan's losing average of
60.
81.5, the highest we've had so far. Things can and should only get better.
Well, one thing with the McIntosh action, which me and Glenn Durant have studied and broke down throughout the week, is if he's going to have issues, it's where he loses the line and he goes in the fives.
60.
Early indications in this game already. 4 darts out of his first 6 going into the fives, and when that pattern starts, it's quite hard to get out of, especially with the
140.
technical issues that are there in the McIntosh action. I
97.
can say welcome to the Super Series there, Dan. We make a prediction. We think we've figured it all out. You talk about the scoring power going. It took him 12 darts to find his first treble.
Yeah, it won't be the
30.
first time I'm meant to look an idiot this week, I'm sure.
But it's okay, because Glenn Durant's been sat in that chair all week, so it can't get any worse. There's the fives again for Jan McIntosh.
95.
He somehow managed to squeeze one through there. That was a extraordinary good dart there from McIntosh, but Johnson has not arrived. Maybe he's missing Martin Turner, his practice partner.
62.
Yeah, you say they're joined at the hip, and maybe they do need each other to almost egg each other on.
It does make a difference when you've got that person that you travel with and you spend that time with, you're on the practice
38.
board with, and you can go through the games and routines. When they're not there, you do feel a little bit on your own.
99. Jan, you require 141.
Well, Darren has the much more favourable finish, and Jan McIntosh surprises. Well, he's answered the question for us.
42. Darren,
Then
you
leaves
require
99.
70.
I mean, a problem with Jan's game. Come back to it. Darren Johnson has this attempt at tops.
30.
Doesn't take it, so Jan
And
has
you
a chance.
require
But the
99.
real problem with his game this week has been the counting as well, and the baffling decisions in terms of what doubles he's leaving. It tops.
59. Darren, you require 40.
It was just one tops needed for Johnson.
Game shot
And
on
he
the
gets
first
it with the
leg.
opening
Darren
dart, and
Johnson.
You speak about that scoring power being the one thing that Jan McIntosh can cling to as a strength.
Second leg
And
is
after
Darren to
24
throw first.
darts, doesn't
Game
even get
on.
a dart at a double there in the opening leg, and that could be worrying signs ahead for Jan McIntosh.
140.
Yeah, it's fair to say that it has been a tough learning curve, this, for Jan McIntosh, but he is somewhat of a pioneer, the first Faroese player to
70.
play in this competition. I mean, it's a tiny country. You're almost surprised that they've produced dart players. So he is flying the flag.
140.
Is much better from Darren Johnson.
He's been flying that flag quite well throughout the year. He reached the quarterfinals twice in Iceland. I won't say who beat him in the quarterfinals
100.
at Iceland. I'll leave that one out, but you can probably get the hint. He made the semi-finals in Sweden as well, which is a silver-ranked event on the WDF tour. So when you look at these events, they're always attended by
57.
a couple of hundred players. So he's getting plenty of wins out there on that WDF circuit. He's nearly got 100 points on his order of merit. So certainly has some results to
100.
cling to and
Darren, you
to
require
look at positivity. No
164.
more so than beating Scott Williams with 104 average in the European Championship.
5.
Well, that is a bit of a collector's item, being on a finish and then not being on one after the visit. One to forget for Darren Johnson.
And after having 3 scoring darts, it's not like he had a bounce out or something went wrong. 3 scoring darts and he went from a finish to a non-finish.
35.
Again, no danger, no damage from McIntosh. And I hate to say it, but it'll feel at the moment a bit like a practice session at the moment for Darren Johnson
127.
because there's nothing coming back from his opponent.
Yeah, and it's not as if Darren Johnson is playing spectacular darts as well. He's averaging sub 80. It's just been a struggle so far for Jan McIntosh.
44.
He does just about
Darren, you
leave a
require
finish,
32.
but Darren Johnson, 3 clear darts at double 16. Find entrance next door. Yes, he
Getting shot
can,
on the
right in the
second
middle.
leg, Darren Johnson.
Darren Johnson gets his second leg on the board.
Third leg, it's Jan to throw first. Game on.
One thing to remind people of is Jan McIntosh doesn't play this many darts. He's had 3 days of darts, 5 matches with practice and playing in between. He's
60.
probably thrown darts already for nearly 20 hours this week. When you don't do it on a regular basis, that's when you find that you'll hurt places that you didn't even realise you
45.
had places.
Yeah, he'll be aching quite a lot from what Friday afternoon. Unless he, of course, manages to turn his form around
60.
and get through to finals night on Saturday. But I think it's fair to say that he'll probably leave Portsmouth this week better for the experience and feel a
90.
better player for having taken part.
Well, we can see here how he sort of leans into the action and puts all that stress on that lower back. He'll probably go back and he'll feel that stress and he'll feel the negative of that poor posture
45.
and stance and think, well, if he's going to play these sort of events on a regular basis or continue to move forward with his career, he's going to need to find a way to be comfortable with long-term
44.
play.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll be needing to visit a chiropractor in the Faroe Islands once he returns home.
100.
When you look at the actions of some players, there's no surprise that they've had the longevity more than players that have these
100.
quirky stance and postures. Just see how he leans into it there. Coming outside of those lines of balance and putting the stress onto those muscles and joints.
And I think the best example of that was Phil
100.
Taylor, because it was an upright stance. Nothing seemed to move other than the arm, and that's why he played for so many years and won so much.
I'll take your
58.
Phil Taylor and I'll
Jan,
raise you a
require
Steve Beaton.
136.
The smoothest operators in the sport is Steve Beaton. James Wade as
42.
well. Absolutely
Darren, you
nothing has
require
changed about that throw since he
164.
burst onto the scene 20 years ago. Well, that was a better attempt at 164 than last time for
Jan, you
Darren
require
Johnson, where he left a
94.
bogey number. He's got options on 76. Could go double-double. Probably didn't feel confident enough to go that route. Oh, he does land a double
70.
at least.
Darren, you require 68.
For a double breaker throw. A 3-0 lead. 1 away from his first points.
Shot on the third leg, Darren
And
Johnson.
when you're McIntosh and things aren't going right for you, you tend to find that those just go in, last start in hand, and you just don't
Fourth
get those
leg, it's Darren
opportunities
to throw
to
first.
return back to the board. And when we're
Game
talking
on.
about the lack of scoring power of that McIntosh, nothing compounds that more than saying Darren Johnson right now is averaging 73 and McIntosh has yet to have a dart at a double.
85.
Yet to have a dart at a double. He's yet to throw a visit of over 140. That could change.
99.
Beautiful from Johnson.
121.
It looks like he's had enough of this game. He wants to get it done and dusted and join Brett Claydon, Johan Engstrom and Alan Norris on 2 points.
92. $58.
That was the strength in the opening game for McIntosh, that opening dart.
100.
It was the first time he's found the treble with the first dart in this match. Scoring power not there for McIntosh, just 5 scores of a ton or more, not broke the
81.
140 column yet in this match. This would be the time to do that, to get your first tick in the 140 box. Not gonna go, and Johnson
60.
will fancy he's
Darren,
got
you
6
require
here from 156 on the
156.
balance of play.
We'll need 6 as well.
60. Jan, you require 150.
3 balls.
Just imagine.
Oh, I imagine it all the time. Ever since Simon
50.
Whitlock's done it, I just
Darren, you require
see it every
96.
day in my dreams.
The other players have no excuse. Double 18 then for Darren Johnson.
78.
Can't get the job
Jan, you
done.
require 100.
The McIntosh who has yet to have a dart at a double in this game. Finally gets one. It's going to be a double 19.
62.
He's unable to
Darren, you
go.
require
Johnson
18.
for the points.
Straight at double 9.
Game
Darren
shot. And the
Johnson
match.
does get his
Darren
first
Johnson.
points on the board. Far from a stellar display from the Yorkshireman once again. Jan McIntosh really, really struggling. No dart at a double for the Faroese thrower right until the very last leg. He missed double 19. Darren Johnson pounced all over it. He won't be pleased with his performances in Group C so far, but Darren Johnson does get points on the board. Coming up next, we've got Jim McEwan against Brett Claydon. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are Game 5 of this session. And it's probably what you'd maybe regard as the heavyweight clash of this group today. Jim McEwan, we've venerated already today as the Champion of Champions winner earlier this month.
First leg, it's Jim to
He's
throw
taking
first.
on Brett Claydon, a
Game
former
on.
PDC tour card holder. Brett Claydon won his opening match. He wasn't really troubled by Jan McIntosh. It was a 4-1 victory. Jim McEwan, along with McIntosh, the only man yet to pick up a point, but I'm sure
95.
he will be confident that he'll pick up points sooner rather than later. This is probably, you'd say though, Matt, his biggest test of the afternoon.
Yeah, I'm going to play good news, bad news. The good news for Jim McEwan here, he's got the advantage of throwing first, which
140.
is something we've said all week has been Jim McEwan's strength, holding on to his throw. The bad news is he's playing against Brett Claydon, who is probably, like you say, the biggest challenger to the person who could win this group
60.
title. And it's probably the wrong time to play him. He's playing him off the back of a defeat in his opening game against Alan Norris, which was a surprise result, to say the least. And now
60.
he's got to come up against the man who we're expecting to be his challenger and try and get those points, or he could end up getting cut adrift here at the bottom of the table. You can realistically, in a Group C, lose 3 matches and qualify. After that, you need results to go your way
98.
to get you in. If you lose 2 out your first 2, you're looking at 7 wins out your last 8. It makes it an uphill climb for McEwan.
Yeah, when you consider as well that
140.
Group C, much tougher than Group B. There it's 3 from 5, but here it's just 2 from 6 that will qualify for finals night. Hoping to join Jake McMillan, who was very, very impressive in Group A
41.
Monday through to
Brett
Wednesday.
Uruguay, 161.
No,
105.
goes for the bullseye instead. It's good use of the board. Leaves himself a guaranteed single to double.
$140.
Big last start from
Brett
McEwan.
Uruguay, 56.
Keeps him interested, keeps him hopeful. It's going to keep him watching here. Tops 10s for Claydon.
46. Jimmy
Well thrown
Uruguay,
dart.
67.
Very close. He closed his eyes. He was hoping when he opened them it'd be a different story, but it's not.
Well, you know when a man loves tops, they go for treble 9.
Game
And that's
shot on the
exactly
first
why
leg.
there is
Jim
method
McEwan.
to the supposed madness for McEwan. The hold of throw, but one
Second
that'll
leg,
almost
it's
feel
Brett
like
to
a
throw
break,
first.
given that Brett
Game
had
on.
2 darts and a double.
Yeah, absolutely. Brett Claydon will feel that was a missed opportunity there. McEwan going out on 18 darts.
100.
An ironic roll of the eyes there from Brett Claydon. He's going to have to break the throw at some stage. How many more opportunities like that will present themselves where you get 2 clean darts?
100.
The other danger is, how much do you then give encouragement to Jim McEwan, who doesn't need that much encouragement, because we know what he's capable of when he gets on the run. We've seen that a couple of
100.
weeks ago when he scooped the 20 grand.
Yeah, 4-0 win in the final as well. When he gets
83.
going, really does get going. Tricky man to stop.
$180.
This is more like it. Standard we expect to see from these guys.
Not really had many 180s today. We had 2 from McIntosh in our
58.
opening game.
Brett
Johnson and
Uruguay,
Norris both with
121.
Not been the big hitting that we've seen in Group A so far. This is a man who I expect to increase those stats. Brett Claydon.
79.
Good enough time here to get this back to a level game.
53. Brett, you require 42.
Probably 2 and tops.
Game
Brett
shot on the
Claydon
second leg. Brett
equalises.
Claydon. Third leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
Welcome along to viewers on Sporty Stuff TV.
60.
We're in Game 5 of this Group C campaign. We've got the defending champion of champions, the Series 5 winner, Jim McEwan, in action against the former semi-finalist of the
30.
MODUS Super Series and tour card holder, Brett Claydon. It's one apiece, and as it stands, not from Jim McEwan, but from Brett Claydon, we're seeing the best average of the day so far. The numbers haven't
81.
jumped off the page.
Both players in their second fixture of the day. Jim McEwan lost his opening fixture to Alan Norris 4-2. Brett Claydon kicked off our day perfectly. 41 victory, 41 victory, 4-1 victory over Jan McIntosh. We just extended the format there.
Yeah, making the players work harder
45.
than they already are.
Jim McEwan, big favourite to win this group at the start of play, 8-15, but not playing like an 8-15 favourite at the moment and could be in trouble here. Brett Claydon has already had a couple of darts to break the throw of Jim McEwan in the opening leg. Jim McEwan survived those. It looks like Brett Claydon's going to be able to carve out more opportunities for himself here in leg 3.
137. $60.
I think McEwan will fancy 6 darts from here. 138 will be the aim.
$94. Brett, you require 137.
Nicely done from McEwan.
He's doing just enough to be there, isn't he, Jim McEwan? He's never doing anything where you feel like he's favourite
57.
or he's playing at his best,
84.
but he's doing just enough, just so he's in touch. He's always giving himself a bit of an opportunity.
Well, it's a superb adjustment from McEwan because that first start at double 12 offered no guidance whatsoever. And that is one of the strengths of being a slower, more methodical player. Someone who plays at a real pace would have just thrown that second dart at double 12 as quick as anything and probably not being able to adjust accordingly.
Yeah, you don't rely on rhythm, do you? You don't rely on that feel like Brett Claydon will. Going into this leg, well, you take a look at the averages, there's about 17 points between the players. And that's where you just look and you say, that's the advantage of throw. When you wonder how important it is throwing first, that's how big the averages can be separated. But yet, you can be winning the game. That's why this short format game can throw up so many shocks and surprises as well in terms of the league table bottom beating the top, which happens so often.
Yeah, the shorter the format, the more volatile it is to change. Every dart matters.
96.
Well, the longer the format, the better player should always come out on top because it takes away that variable or that question of the format being something that can come into play. But McEwan spraying around the board a little bit here, but he's in firm control
13.
Despite the unlucky for some shot 13.
Well, very unlucky. It leaves him on a bogey number.
$100.
Lovely dart from McEwan. If he walked up to the board and said to you, Put that dart in the middle. I don't think he could place that any better.
68.
Well, he's rounded off the 68 as well to leave himself
152.
the straight ton.
Yeah, not the worst visit, although be concerned at the way he's spraying some of the darts round.
134. Jim, you require 100.
I feel like I'm watching like the cha-cha slide here or something.
60.
Both players in sync,
Brett, you
slide to the
require
left, slide
18.
to the right.
Nobody will be
10.
clapping their hands at that attempt
Jim,
at
you
double nine.
require 40.
Down for double 10. He's chasing.
30.
And he can't reel in double 5.
Brett, you require 8.
There's not one moment of today I've looked at Jim McEwan and thought, there stands a confident man. A man who feels comfortable in what he is doing.
6. Jim, you require 10.
His confidence levels, I suppose, will have increased. Seeing Brett Claydon miss those.
Game shot on
That's
the
an
fourth
excellent
leg.
dart.
Jim McEwan.
Straight in, no mucking about from Jim McEwan. And it's a break of throw as well. We've seen him be so good on
Fifth
his own
leg,
throw,
it's Jim
but
to throw
finally he's
first.
got that
Game on.
all-important break.
Still 8 points behind in the averages, but it's not about the
100.
averages. The only thing that counts is that scoreboard, the legs column. That's where we give out the points. We don't go, okay, you get a bonus point, Brett, because you
45.
average more than your opponent. All about converting those opportunities, which Claydon's not been able to do. He's had 8 darts at the double and only hit the 1. The sort of game
54.
where both players will come off. The winner will come off and go, "Ugh, I got away with one." And the loser's going to come off and go, "I should have won," regardless of which way round it goes.
140.
So what you're saying, it's going to be unhappiness around the board then?
Oh, absolutely. And dare I say it, I don't know who's going to be the happiest player so far today. It is there to be taken. Who's going to stand up?
119.
Yeah, I mean, it's very early stages in Group C, but I get the feeling that come what late tomorrow afternoon, we could
60.
still have 4 or 5 players in the race for those 2 spots.
Oh, 100%.
There's not going to be a runaway leader of this group, is there?
Fully agree. Absolutely agree.
94.
And I think the sort of live table as we go suggests exactly that, because if McEwan is to go on to win this match, we'll have 5 players on 2 points.
180. Jim, you require 134.
Second maximum from Claydon puts real pressure on the McEwan throw, but it's a slightly safe attempt. Oh, there was
74.
nothing safe about that.
Brett, you require
What are you doing, Jim?
76.
I mentioned that at the start of the day when I had a chat with Henry Deacon.
Game shot on the
Punished.
5th leg. Brett Claydon.
Brett Claydon holds in there. Jim McEwan practicing a bit of the Alan Norris yoga at the back
6th
of the
leg. It's
stage.
Brett to throw
But
first.
the amount of darts
Game
that Jim
on.
McEwan has thrown away this week, that is just pure frustration.
I think if he could literally kick
139.
himself, he would.
That is the ideal dart for McEwan. You'd expect
123.
little flick again there from McEwan. When he gets that, he always goes right.
$134.
Remember we were saying earlier on, though, where you've got to finish opponents early You keep them alive, you keep them hoping, and they can come back and burn you. That might be what we're seeing here. Brett Claydon finding his scoring boots.
140.
Yeah, the scoring has been pretty good from Brett Claydon.
125.
There's another example. It's looking like for the second time today, we're going to go all the way.
134. Brett, you require 103.
Treble 17. Would have left double 16.
47. Jim,
So
you
it's a
require
match
104.
opportunity now for Jim McEwan. 104 points away. Getting his first 2 points on the league table. Needs a treble. Would leave his favourite double, that double 12, but unable to find. It's at 56 again here for Brett Claydon.
64.
Going to be under pressure.
Brett, you require 56.
He had a shot at this in the opening leg to break Jim McEwan. Another shot at it now to take us all the way.
Game shot
This
on the
time
tick
he's
flag.
able
Brett
to
Claydon.
land. Try predicting this one.
7th and final leg. It's Jim to throw first.
I'm
Game on.
notoriously bad at predictions, so I'm just going to let the players play. Enjoy it.
$96.
Some real steeliness on the face there of Brett Claydon looking in the back. It was like a Raymond van Barneveld walk-on. He was looking down, but the eyes was up. Head down, eyes up, glaring
137.
forward and trying to find that focus. And great start there for Brett Claydon, who lands his 16th score of a ton or more in this match. Maybe that's where the difference is going to lie
70.
between the two players. If Brett Claydon can find just a couple more of those big power scores, going to get more opportunities to break that throw of Jim McEwan.
Yeah, just looking at the raw numbers, this performance from Brett
100.
Claydon has been by far and away the best we've seen Group C today. There we go, 94.5. It's not been bad from Jim McEwan. And it's a very good trait of any dart player
59.
to still be able to grind out results when you are looking at the numbers, playing worse than your opponent.
But when you look at those scoring power and the averages, you wouldn't think this was a game that was 3-3 in a last leg decider.
140.
Feels like Claydon has been the better player throughout. He's just not been able to stamp his authority on this game. But this might be the moment
100.
now. McEwan leaves a no
Brett,
finish.
you require
Brett Claydon
124.
after 9 darts, 1-2-4 for the match.
Doesn't need to go the bull route.
84.
Chooses not to. It's wise from Brett Claydon.
He gives himself 3 match darts. McEwan doesn't fancy himself to leave him sat, poised, waiting if Brett Claydon misses.
77. Brett, you require 40.
Jim McEwan leaves 99, just like what Jan McIntosh did in our last game. Brett Claydon wants tops.
Game shot and
A
the match.
super
Brett
performance from Brett Claydon. Means it is 2 wins from 2 now for the Shredder. The best performance we've seen today so far, an average of just shy of 96. Couple of 180s and a lot of 140s. It was clinical with the scoring. Jim McEwan is beaten twice in 2 games. A lot to ponder for the Scotsman. Coming up after the break, we've got the return of Johan Engstrom against Alan Norris.
Hello, very good afternoon and welcome to the MODUS Super Series here on Sporty Stuff TV, where we're in the midst of action here in Group C in Portsmouth. We've seen the defending champion Jim McEwan in action twice in the opening 5 matches, and this is his progress so far. It's 2 defeats and 2 for the reigning champ, losing out to Alan Norris in his first game, and before the break, losing to Brett Claydon in our last leg decider by 4 legs to 3. Claydon averaging 95 in that particular clash, and in fact, he is 2 from 2 as far as this group is concerned. Next up for us is Johan Engstrom in action. He takes on Alan Norris, and watching all of the action down in the commentary box is a very good afternoon to Matthew Edgar, who's alongside Dan McCarthy.
Thank you, Henry. Yeah, troubles lie ahead for Jim McEwan after 2 defeats from 2. Not been a successful defence of, I suppose, his Champion of Champions title, looking to try and repeat the feat in Series 6. A little bit like what Luke Littler did. Up next, we've got a match between 2 players who won their respective opening games, perhaps against the odds as well. Johan Engstrom got the better of Darren Johnson, winning that one by 4 legs to 3, and Alan Norris, despite the numerous changes of equipment throughout the match, still had enough to get the better of Jim McEwan. He certainly tested out enough sets of darts. It's Johan Engstrom against Alan Norris. And
42.
Matt, I mean, neither player were particularly impressive in their opening games, but they did enough to get the win, and that's all you can ask.
Yeah, that's the only thing that matters so far. Win, win,
100.
win. Win enough and you're in. Brett Claydon, you feel at the moment, is looking like the man who's going to set the bar for this group in terms of the most recent form.
85.
He is the most recent holder of a PDC tour card in this group, something Alan Norris has had for various years of his life. About Euro Tour title, 9 darters amongst many things he was able to achieve for his time on the PDC. And he's showing signs. We know one thing for sure
43.
with Alan Norris is he's going to continue to chase those big achievements like a PDC tour card. He's still going to Q School. He actually played well last time he went to Q School as well. So
140.
there are plenty of encouraging signs here for Norris to suggest that still got something more in the locker. Maybe that will come on that seniors tour.
Yeah, he's probably the most
115.
decorated player we've
Alan,
got
you require 121.
in this group of players. I suppose if you take away the McEwan achievements in MODUS Super Series, he's going for the bull. Oh, and he pins the bull.
Leg, Alan Norris.
Lovely start for Alan Norris. A completely unnecessary bullseye 1-2-1 finish.
Second
But
leg,
a brilliant one nonetheless.
Where's Glenn Durham?
Game on.
Glenn Durham would have loved that shot, the 1-2-1 on the ball with the opponent sat back on 2-1-6. He's been dividing social media this week with that sort of shot.
Yeah, a shot we associate with Johnny the Ferret Claydon, and it was landed against the man they call the Sweet
80.
Ferret. You had any insight onto where that nickname's come from? Because Johnny Clayton's a pretty sweet ferret, I'd say.
I have no idea. I wish I had an answer for that and was able to come back with like a really witty answer. But no, not a clue. Mentioned Alan Norris has been playing better as of late.
60.
This is a fantastic start.
54.
Excellently landed. Quite unexpected, I've got to say, considering that he only averaged 77 in his first match. He only hit 4 of 17 doubles.
91.
So to land a shot like that, it lays down a real marker. Saw quite a lot of head shaking from Johan Engstrom,
85.
even though he managed to get the victory against Darren Johnson in his first match. There it is again.
I get the feeling Alan Norris might feel comfortable here against Engstrom because I do believe Alan Norris for a period of time was actually located in Sweden, so it might be someone spent a bit more time with and
100. Alan, you
maybe
require
has a bit of
142.
positive history with.
54. Johan, you require 170.
No attempt here at the bullseye for Johan Engstrom. So 88 for Norris.
39.
To double his
Alan, you
lead.
require 88.
Treble 17. Choices on 66.
36.
Almost
Johan,
surprised he
you
didn't go
require
for the bull. He hit
131.
it so superbly well in leg one. Top stops.
53.
Well, I think there's always an argument. If you go
require
outside with the
52.
first tops, just go back to type and go for treble 20.
Game shot of the second
been
leg.
punished.
Alan Norris.
Alan Norris 2-0 up. If you were in that situation and you went tops, would you be going for the treble with the third dart?
Third
I
leg.
wouldn't
It's
go
Johan
tops,
to throw
to be
first.
honest with you.
Game
I
on.
get the argument. I get the debate. Get that it's a bigger target. But I've never gone for treble 20 and missed the board.
59.
Which is a counter argument to the fact that, yes, it's a bigger target, but on the other side of it is nothing.
100.
Never gone for treble 20 and missed the board. Show off.
Yet. Said that now. Going to come up here in the Super Series in a couple of weeks and throw one straight off the board, and that'll get clipped up.
60.
I'm not even going to talk about my experience playing the Waterlooville Open last night.
No, go on, go for it. Tell us all about it.
I had one dart at double and in the next game
30.
lost to a child.
Sounds like you had a good night.
The beer was cheap enough.
96. 100.
Scoring power again for Engstrom. Leaving a little bit to be desired, just 2 scores of a ton or more.
81.
And when Norris producing one of his better performances, you're going to need a little bit more than that.
85.
He's 85. We can now start thinking about leaving the double.
135.
He might get his first starter double in this game here in leg 3.
56.
You'd expect to get a few
Johan, you
here with
require
Norris back
70.
on 130.
Could be down for treble 10. To his favourite. Oh, he's just slid across. Second time in the
51.
match, and he goes inside on double
Alan, you
19,
require
and all of a sudden,
130.
it is an awkward finish in prospect for Johan Engstrom if he comes back. Could be another bull out shot for Norris. It'll have to be now.
65. Johan, you require 19.
Gotta make sure of that big number first. Do it in bits. And straight into the double 8.
Game shot on the third
Nice.
leg. Johan Engstrom.
Good finish there from Engstrom. It was just starting to become a bit more urgent there. The panic could have set
Fourth
in.
leg. It's
Norris
Alan to throw
just
first.
a couple of darts away from a
Game
double
on.
breaker throw. He only had that one dart in hand and just shows that quality and that coolness.
81. 68. 68.
closer Alan Norris has got to the finishing line, the more he's starting to lose that vertical line. And here comes a change. The glasses are up. A bit of a equipment mix. That's the other thing as well
59.
we said about Alan Norris will change his approach. He'll kick the hockey, he'll stand on it, he'll change his darts. Glasses on, glasses off.
Yeah, he's not going to change his glasses, surely.
60.
Well, there's a change of darts at least.
$68.
Well rescued that from Engstrom, but been a bit of a slow leg from both players.
I think the one thing I can really
98.
observe when I'm looking at the players' side of our screen, very fidgety. Both players, you see Engstrom in the back there, throwing the phantom dart, and Norris moving his shoulder, tugging at his shirt.
97.
There's not a lot of settled up there.
Yeah, they almost look uncomfortable in the environment for some reason. I don't know what that'd be. It's like he's always got an itch that needs scratching.
122.
That itch that's just out of reach, and you're trying to get it, and you. I hate that one.
134. Alan,
Good
you
set of
require
play there for both.
72.
Norris gets first poke because he threw first in the leg. It's tops.
32.
There's
Johan,
that
you require
full
75.
throwing himself at the dartboard again.
Play team. He's tops.
Game shot on
Johan
the fourth
Engstrom has
leg.
levelled
Johan
this game
Engstrom.
up. Alan Norris won the first two legs, and steady on Alan. It was only a 75 checkout. Is that fist bump worthy?
Fifth leg, it's Johan to throw first.
I think it's an indication
Game
to
on.
where Alan Norris thinks this game is, or how important he feels like that moment could be. To us, we'll sit here and we'll go, well, it's only 2-2, 75 finish. But maybe that's an indication to what that
83.
really meant.
What's the threshold for giving a fist bump in terms of the value of the checkout?
100.
I'd probably go 1-2-1 and above.
75 if you ask Alan Norris. It depends where you are or what the context is. I think a fist bump's more context than
134.
actual what it is. It's the things that are around the story.
100.
Some people won't give a fist bump at all. I mean,
54.
I've been guilty of that many times in the past. I remember a couple of 5-5 situations where I've missed a fist bump.
60.
Missed it as in didn't do it, or missed it as in missed the other person's wrist?
I missed it as in like I wasn't even looking and they put the hand out and I've completely missed it. Just don't.
Give them that motivation to win then.
Yeah.
100.
Yeah. Some people don't like that. I'm very traditional. We'll have a handshake before and after.
140.
Nowadays, you've
Johan, you require 130.
got the 7 handshakes followed by the 3 cuddles, haven't we, after the end of a game?
The worst one's the
57.
World Cup.
Alan, you require
Every
101.
turn you're getting fist bumps. 41, fist bump. 180, fist bump. I don't think he'd be fist bumping. I think he'd be more punching himself there, Alan Norris, for that
81.
dart.
Johan, you require 73.
Yeah, a long way off there for Norris and Engstrom. Took out a 75 in the last leg.
69.
Unable to take the
Alan, you
73. Had a
require
couple of darts
20.
there to take the lead in this game for the first time. Norris gives the stage a beating.
Game shot on the fifth
And
leg.
once again,
Alan
gives the
Norris.
double a hitting. Retakes the lead at what I always say is the best time to break. Break the throw,
Sixth
get your
leg. It's
darts
Alan to throw
straight
first.
down the hockey,
Game on.
stand in front of your opponent, let them know they've got to stand there a bit longer, and then pop up and hit an 82.
44.
Or 44.
Notice I'll wait until the very last dart as well before making the prediction. Still got it wrong.
Not so mystic, Matt.
91. $60.
Was 16-1 at the start of the day, Alan Norris, to win this group. I imagine those odds are shortening,
81.
particularly if he wins this. Put him on 4 points from a possible 4. Great start. May have just cursed him.
30. $140.
Looked like he gave that treble 20 a bit of a
70.
curtsy.
How polite.
Well, we've had a bit of different celebrations here at the Super Series after the 180s. We've had the
81.
points. We've had a bow.
$100. Johan, you require 108.
Nothing will top the gun celebration from Dom Taylor and Tommy Morris last week. Double 19. It's double 18. Oh, it's
Game shot on the
lovely
sixth
from
leg.
Johan Engstrom.
Engstrom.
What a way to break the throw and to give himself the darts for the last leg.
Seventh and
Big
final leg.
moments
It's Johan
when
to
they
throw
matter.
first. Game on.
The mark of a player, isn't it, that? And in a game where we've had our first Tumplers checkout of the match, of the day, sorry, going to Alan Norris, we've had our second in the same game.
83.
Isn't there a well-known phrase about that? Something to do with buses and you wait for one and you get two?
Yeah, I believe I've heard it before. I believe I may have used it in
43.
commentary before.
Well, to paint the picture of the campaign so far for Johan Engstrom, we've been saying all week he's been playing better than the
134.
results have suggested. Is today the day that starts to turn and he starts to get the points that would warrant the performance he's put forward?
96.
Or it flips completely and he gets points when he perhaps doesn't deserve them. We know Alan Norris started this game really, really strongly, but Johan Engstrom
140.
has built a bit of a head of steam and he's a long way in front now. He's guaranteed 6 at 144, which any dart player will back themselves for.
140. Johan, you require 144.
He's landing some big haymakers here on the Alan Norris chin. Double 12.
Game shot and the
What
match.
a finish
Johan
there from
Engstrom.
Johan Engstrom. It's not been going his way this week, despite the fact the performance has been there. But eventually, it has to turn the other way. And today, Johan Engstrom is picking up the points. He has played 2. He has won 2. 2 Tumplers finishes there, capped off with a 144. Johan Engstrom has arrived here at the Super Series. Will Jan McIntosh arrive, or will it be Jim McEwan? Both sat at the bottom of the table on 0 points, but something has to change.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, we saw Johan Engstrom get his second win of the day, getting the better of Alan Norris by 4-3. That completes the second round of fixtures for the day, and he's one of two players that's completed a perfect card so far. Brett Claydon being the other one, 2 from 2 as far as he's concerned. Darren Johnson and Alan Norris are winning their name each, whilst Jim McEwan and Jan McIntosh looking to get off the mark. And they face each other in the next match. And actually, the way the fixtures have gone, it's the two players on respective points marks going toe-to-toe. So we kick off with McIntosh against McEwan, 5th against 6th, followed by Johnson and Norris, and then Claydon Engstrom. Should be an interesting round, being watched by Matt and by Dan.
Yeah, thank you, Henry. Interesting indeed, because the need for both players to win, absolutely massive. 0 points for both Jim McEwan and Jan McIntosh. Perhaps the time for Jim McEwan, or the right time for him to be playing McIntosh, given how much he's really struggled today. Averages of 74 and 67 on the man from the Faroe Islands, playing in this competition for the very first time. Certainly a big learning experience. McEwan been there, seen it and done it. As you can see, MODUS Super Series 5 champion. I think Moreno Mikel's 4-0 in that final. He needs points,
It's Jan to throw first.
and I think it's safe to say, Matt, he will expect to pick them up against Jan.
He will, but I'm not sure what Jim McEwan's expecting in terms of today, because nothing has gone his way so far. He's not found anything of that performance we'd expect of Jim McEwan.
100.
However, he can come into play at any point, and after a couple of defeats, this is now crucial moments, because if he is to lose this, he'd have to be perfect from here if he's still going to qualify from this group. And
100.
as defending champion, to not qualify through Group C would be a mightily disappointing effort for Jim McEwan.
Yeah, it's the
137.
battle of the J-Max. Players who are at opposite ends of the betting spectrum. Start the day with McEwan, as we've mentioned already today, odds-on favourite to win the group. McIntosh started the day at
95.
25 to 1, and that will have drifted substantially following 2 losses from 2. He only managed to win 2 of his 17 games here this week, although one of them was against
45.
McEwan.
There just seems to be a bit more focus on Jim McEwan already in this opening exchanges of this match, compared to what we've seen in those earlier matches when he did lose out
86.
to Brett Claydon and Alan Norris.
Yeah, we saw a moment of real madness for Jim McEwan, where he was left with 60 with 2 darts
66.
in hand, and then missed the board with the 3rd one. You think that's a player who's really lacking in focus at the moment. Almost, you could say, a bit of petulance coming into the game of Jim McEwan, but looking a little bit steadier here.
45.
Well, that's a bit of a
Jan, you
slip.
require 153.
Yeah, McIntosh will get a poke at 153. 19. 14s or 18s.
93.
No finish from McEwan on the 175, so he's got to hit and hope. But there might be a bit of hope there, because the issue for McIntosh throughout this week has been the finishing. That has been the issue today as well. He's only won 1 leg so far. You have McIntosh across his first couple of fixtures.
92. Jan, you require 60.
Another dart that drifts into the 5s. Well, McIntosh has done a McEwan. Early bust with the second dart.
25.
That
Jan, you require
was
83.
a bit messy.
That 3rd dart hit the first dart, which knocked it out of the way. The first dart wasn't a bad dart just because it was a miss at the board. It was a bad dart because it actually deflected the dart that might have gone in.
30. Jan, you require 35.
I don't know what to make of the last few visits. Double 16 for Jan.
Game shot on the first leg.
Well, he
Jan
pins that
McIntosh.
nicely enough, but some strange decisions and strange executions from both players
Second leg, it's
in
Jim
the
to
opening
throw
salvo.
first. Game on.
I'm not really sure what Jim was thinking, going for the ball on 83 to start with. Maybe it's to try and eliminate the possibility of using the ball with the last dart, but made a bit of a mess of it.
140.
Yeah, it overcomplicates a simple situation, I think, there for Jim McEwan. I'm pretty sure family, friends and backers of Jim McEwan will be thinking,
140.
will the real Jim McEwan please stand up?
Yeah, because it's almost like we've had a Jim McEwan imposter this week.
100.
Solid 20 darter for Jan McIntosh to win the first leg, and he's started this leg pretty well.
60. 140.
Dare I say, a little bit quicker for McEwan there, throwing the darts a bit faster. Trying to maybe find a little bit of rhythm, which is something you don't normally need as a more methodical player like Jim McEwan is.
55. Jim, you require 121.
I could go bull here. Level 20. Leaves double 18. And there
Shot on
is the
second
real
leg,
Jim McEwan.
Jim McEwan.
You asked for him to stand up and be countered, and he's responded.
Third leg, it's Jan to throw
Well,
first.
the next lyric of those
Game
songs
on.
of will the real Jim McEwan please stand up is we're going to have a problem here. And if that is the case, it could be Jan McIntosh who has a problem. Jim McEwan
43.
starts to play darts like that.
$60.
Very reminiscent of the performances, though, he's been putting in for the rest of this week, where he plays so well on his throw. And then just overcomplicates the
78.
situation, trying to get that breaker throw, and doesn't have as many opportunities as you'd expect.
I think a good way to describe Jim McEwan this week has been patchy. There's been flashes of some really good stuff. But otherwise,
85.
there have been messy visits, there have been questionable decisions. Not being the A-grade Jim McEwan that we
100.
came to appreciate in the last series.
These are well-thrown darts from McEwan without getting the
100.
reward. Somehow manages to squeeze that one between the posts. The positive signs for McEwan is when he's missing, he's now starting to miss on the wire rather than with a bit of gap between the treble and the dart.
84. 42.
He'll accept a ton here. Well, he's not going to get it now.
46.
A lot of the errant darts from McIntosh tend to go left of the target. So we saw the dart drift into the 5, then we saw the treble 7. I mean, technically, what does that suggest to you that he's doing wrong?
Oh, it's all the line of balance. He breaks the line
100.
of balance.
Jan, you
So
require
he breaks the line of balance and
150.
resets it. It's always going to go left. It's getting a little bit scrappy. You normally get an edgy
45.
leg in a match. It's
You
normally at the
require
2-2 point. It's
114.
just coming a little bit early here. That's probably because Jim McEwan knows the Super Series so well. Knows you can't afford to lose 3 games in a Group C. especially your first three, and expect to still get through.
74. Jan, you require 105.
Five or 13. The logical options. Goes 13. A double 16.
Game shot on the third
Very
leg.
nicely
Jan
done from Jan
McIntosh.
McIntosh. And that will be a real weight off his shoulders. Landed a
Fourth leg, it's
combination
Jim to throw
check out.
first.
Goes
Game
2-1
on.
up against Jim McEwan.
McEwan were posed to strike as well, sat on 40 there to get the breaker throw. Again, those darts when they're missing from McEwan, getting
60.
much closer to the treble, and positive signs for him, but short format game, you do not have long. McIntosh is halfway there already.
58.
Been a real masterclass on the outer ring in this game. 2 from 3 for McIntosh, and a perfect 100% for McEwan. Problem is, he needs to create a few more opportunities for himself.
140.
Getting opportunities is something he's always been good on the darts, and that's not the concern. The concern is he's got to find a break somewhere.
$85.
In the line there, McEwan can't leave a finish on this visit. He can take a good chunk out of it.
95.
He just leans in there and goes beyond that line. Watch him kick back to rebuild that line of balance. The shoulder there kicks back. And that means he
100.
can't get the extension of the arm.
$120.
Good use of the board from McEwan. Has to be a ton minimum, really, for McIntosh.
80. Jim, you require 86.
Doesn't need to bring the bull into play. Doesn't need to. Double 16. Has to shuffle across. So close to the double 8 bed.
70.
We know it's not his favoured side of the board. He's very much a tops man, Jim McEwan, but there were two decent efforts.
Tops and 12s seems to be the MO for Jim McEwan, but they're all in the
134.
rearview mirror at the moment.
Jim, you require 16.
It's got to be double 8. McIntosh breathing down his neck now with that lovely setup shot, the 1-3-4. Double 4. Chasing it round. One dart left at 2s.
12. Jan, you require 44.
Well, it was millimetres away. McIntosh break the McEwan throw.
12.
Can't get it.
Jim, you require
And
4.
those are the opportunities that are so gratefully presented to him. He can't take them.
No score.
Wow.
Jan, you require 32.
I remind you, this is our Champion of Champions, our series winner. Just can't find anything here, McEwan.
Get another one, Jan.
16. Jim, you require 4.
Sums it all up, really. He hits the double, the one that he doesn't want.
I'm going to blame you, Dan. You said this was a masterclass of finishing not too long ago.
Game shot on the 4th leg. Jim McEwan.
Yeah, a not so masterful double 2, but Jim McEwan
5th leg, it's Jan
will
to throw
take it,
first.
gets him back level.
Game on.
The problem for McEwan right now is despite the fact he's won the leg and hit the double, there's no positivity. And if anything, he'll probably feel more negative despite winning that leg.
45.
Because he'll know something's off. He'll know he's not playing to the peaks of his abilities or anywhere near. This isn't even B game Jim McEwan.
$135.
Better. That's what I like from McIntosh, when he gets that first dart right.
180.
He throws them with much more power, much more emphasis. And that's the only way he's going to beat this sort of break of the line of balance. He's got to throw harder and firmer. Really propel that dart through the air.
96.
Yeah, there was just much more of a forward motion with the arm when he particularly took that third dart.
$140.
Great leg, this.
I think we're watching two players that are playing with frustration here, and they're taking it out on the treble 20.
Which is a good thing to do as a dart player.
Oh yeah, if you're going to beat something up, you might as well
60.
beat up the treble 20.
And you require 136. $100.
Well, it's rare this week that we've seen Jan McIntosh on a double after 12 darts.
94. And you require 36.
Test of his finishing prowess.
One.
Can't do it. Third time lucky.
Jimmy require 116.
And a miss on the ones there means he's got to burn a dart if he comes back. He will. He'll come back for the 35. McEwan needs to get this down as low as he can. 109 still to go with two darts. Now he's got choices. Where do you want to leave Jim McEwan?
76.
Chooses tops.
And you require 35.
When you're not confident, this is a horrible thing, because you've got to try and stay away from those trebles.
$19.
Fortunately,
Jimmy
stayed away
require
from the
40.
doubles. This for a real steal.
Game shot on the fifth
Straight
leg.
in for Jim McEwan. Breaks the throw and he'll have the darts for a potentially match-winning leg.
Sixth
Real
leg, it's Jim to
grimace.
throw first.
Real puff of the
Game
cheeks from
on.
Jim McEwan.
He walked down the oche there like a man who's just had his wallet robbed out of his pocket. Didn't seem too positive at all about things
85.
there. He wants to put on a show. He wants to show us why he was the champion. But sometimes, Jim, you've just got to win.
Yeah, it's almost the old James Wade MO.
140.
Don't care about any stats other than the final scoreline.
Sometimes, Jim, you've got to win. I bet you didn't know I was quite poetic.
Certainly do now.
123.
That's all I've got, by the way. I don't have any... And that one was just an accident.
I'm sure there's more in your repertoire, Matt.
No. That's the lot. Other than the poet
60.
and don't know it famous one, but yeah. Good recovery from McEwan. A long way off with that first start.
125.
Fabulous recovery there, and he asked McIntosh the question.
$41.
Well, McIntosh isn't scoring as well in this leg, so Jim McEwan can afford to leave a bogey number.
$94.
Lovely setup again, last start from McEwan. Feel this has to be a couple of trebles here for McIntosh, and that's not one of them. McEwan
50.
at least
Jimmy
6 starts
requires
here from
74.
74 to end this losing run. Put his first 2 points on the board here in his Group C campaign.
34.
He's going to get more chances. McIntosh has been up and down in this match.
100. Jimmy require 40.
Really should be the dream scenario for Jim McEwan. 3 clear darts at his favourite tops. Doesn't mind double 10 either. Double 5. Doesn't bail him out.
35.
Drags it
Can you require
horribly low.
110?
Well, he's already got a 105 in this match, McIntosh. And he gets another dart for another ton-plus finish. It's tops.
90.
That was a well-thrown dart. A
Jimmy
great
require
effort
5.
from Jan McIntosh, but are they the last darts that he will throw in this match?
3 for the Madhouse.
Three.
Jim McEwan spurns
Jan, you
more
require
match darts.
20.
Is there another twist in the tail? Yes, there
Shot on
is.
the
Jan
sixth leg.
McIntosh
Jan
with another break
McIntosh.
of throw. And incredibly enough, he has the darts in the decider.
7th
Jim
and final
McEwan
leg.
looks
It's
like
Jan
he's
to
seen a
throw first.
ghost. He looks like he's
Game on.
seen the figure on the back of his shirt.
$60.
No damage done on the opening exchange there from McIntosh. Can McEwan step in? Inviting.
100.
How much will those missed starts from McEwan in that last leg come back to haunt him in the next couple of minutes? Praying for a treble.
45.
He has now lost the advantage of throw in the context of this match. Especially if McEwan can find another and another.
108.
Timing. That is what that is. That is championship timing.
I was just about to make the point. It's the old T word in darts. Jim McEwan timed that to perfection.
100.
So a 70-point advantage here for McEwan, plus the 3 darts in his hand. He'd have fancied after hitting the 180, it was job done, but there's plenty more work to be done yet, Jim.
$82.
And again, that last start for McEwan bailing him out of trouble. Sets him up on a finish. How much time will he have? That is over to McIntosh to figure that one out.
Well, it's one of the most awkward
100.
finishes in the game. I don't know whether
Jimmy
he's going to
require
land this or
139.
score 3 single ones. Down for treble 16.
91.
Well, that'll do.
Well, you'd expect he's going to get another 2 match starts. But that might be all he gets, because McIntosh is setting up his own shot.
100. Jimmy require 48.
And he get over the line on this occasion.
Tops for McEwan.
Game
And
shot. And the
finally,
match.
he
Jim
gets his
McEwan.
first win on the board. Apologetic towards Jan McIntosh. Jim McEwan probably had the measure of the Faroese thrower throughout that game, in terms of the scoring at least. Much superior on the average. McIntosh made it difficult. The 105 checkout, one of the highlights of his week so far. Jim McEwan ultimately showed a bit too much class, though. He's got some points on the board. Coming up next, we have got Darren Johnson against Alan Norris.
It's time to get a little bit of a seniors vibe on here at the MODUS Super Series with two of our senior players. They both play on the seniors tour, and Darren Johnson, a player who also plays out on the WF tour as well. He's been having a good season on there, but it's been a bit hit and miss for both so far today. Both players on 2 points after their first couple of fixtures. The 57-year-old from Mexborough with his blue Dennis Priestley shirt on, taking on the 2014 BDO World Championship runner-up Alan Norris, who went down
First
in his
leg,
last
it's
match
Darren to throw first.
Joan Engstrom
Game on.
in a match where you felt Alan Norris was kind of in control of it, couldn't cross the line. He did have a 2-0 lead in that game. Who's going to be able to find their form in this one? Darren Johnson certainly suggesting it's going to be him.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. A real seniors vibe, but both players proving that there's life in the old dog still.
81.
And certainly been richly entertained by Alan Norris's antics so far. Darren Johnson letting his darts do the talking.
99.
4 into a 9 is a pretty good way to start a leg.
I do remember a story actually years ago with Darren Johnson. His suitcase didn't arrive and he goes,
85.
"That's okay. I can throw anything." And I believe he borrowed a set of Simon Whitlock darts. He actually won his game on the Friday afternoon. His case arrived on the Saturday and he goes, "No,
58.
I'll just carry on playing with the Whitlocks."
It's amazing how
180.
some players get so used to one
Darren,
set
you
of
require
darts, they have to stick to
164.
them rigidly. Others can do whatever they like. Alan Norris.
Well, I thought that's why it was such a fitting story, because Alan
100.
Norris goes up to the stage
Alan,
with
you require
3 sets of
155.
darts. We'll see him juggle those throughout this match.
$75. Darren, you require 64.
Well, Darren Johnson, 64. He's put under pressure. 16 for tops.
44. Alan, you require 80.
Has to shuffle across.
40.
Too
Darren, you
difficult for
require
Norris, I
20.
think. He was blindsided by those 2 darts.
Game shot on the first leg.
Darren
Darren
Johnson takes the first leg in 17 darts. Oh, it's not just Swedes that he fist bumps. It's fellow seniors
Second leg, it's Alan to
competitors.
throw first.
He gave him
Game
2
on.
as well. They'll be developing their own secret handshake soon at this rate.
Yeah, something about Swedes and seniors.
85.
Imagine what he'd be like at an ABBA gig.
$60. $36.
You get this feel from Alan Norris, though, that Super Series is an event that really doesn't suit his game. And I mean that in the sense that every time I've seen him here so
135.
far, he tends to start well. And as the hours come in, he sort of tails off as the day goes on. It's been very well documented, the struggles he's had with various injuries and shoulder problems throughout time, that
85.
maybe the long hours, that the marathon that is the Super Series, he might be better off to a sprint.
Yeah, these are very strenuous
98.
days for players, because it's not just the times they're on the hockey. In between all the games, they're back on the practice board. They have to be to try and stay sharp.
100.
So it's around about 6 hours of pure throwing of darts. It's a lot for the body to take.
100.
And then you come back the next day and do it again. And if you're here for the week, that might be 6 days of darts.
Yeah, and the way that darts is, where you have to lean forward a bit,
55.
you have to
Darren, you
balance,
require
you have to stay
108.
still, and take its toll.
Well, think about what you're doing. You're distributing all that weight
76.
Onto one half of the
Alan, you
body over
require
one leg,
140.
trying to stay as static and as still as possible, whilst applying an explosive moment to thrust a dart through the air with control and precision. Like that. Options. He goes for 2 tops, and I tell you what, that's sat perfect for Norris.
Game shot on the second leg. Alan Norris.
Welcome to the party, Alan Norris. A beautiful 140 finish. There's another fist bump, another one. He'll probably feel
Third
better
leg,
about
it's
that one,
Darren
though.
to throw first.
That's
Game
right.
on.
perfectly worthy of a fist bump. 140 on 2 tops. Class from Alan Norris.
70.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dan McCarthy, the judge and referee of fist bumping. What is an acceptable fist bump?
Yeah, I'll be the adjudicator from now on.
$85. $30.
Seeing a lot of 5s today from the players. Anyone tends to be missing it, tends to be to that left-hand side.
100.
Dare we say the MODUS? Or has it moved on
58.
from the MODUS nowadays?
Nah, he'll always be the original.
5 monster.
60.
One thing that has really picked up as well is the tumpless finishers. It was a very big feature of our Group A. Probably one of the
40.
best Group A's I've seen for tumpless finishers, and we've now been treated to 1 in our last 3 matches. In fact, more than 1. We had 3 in match number 6, showing Engstrom hit 2 against Alan Norris, who hit 1. Jim McEwan with 1
100.
and McIntosh with 1 in the last match, and Alan Norris popping another 1 in here.
Right, treat us to another one.
95. Alan, you require 156.
One of the nicer finishes, you'd say, in this range. One that Barney's mastered over the years. And Norris do the same.
100.
Well, it's okay, at least a ton. Although,
180.
Darren Johnson has suddenly made this 56
Alan, you require 56.
look a lot more difficult.
Well, it was okay until Alan Norris changed the entire context around the finish. Now, it's 2 darts that are going to have a lot more importance. He's just hit this target twice. With 60 tops on the 140. He's hit it. He's had a lap of the stage. Was it a victory lap?
16. Darren, you require 28.
Darren Johnson has earned this opportunity with that excellently well-timed and placed maximum.
Game shot on the third
And the
leg.
last start
Darren
in hand,
Johnson.
they hurt. When you stood behind, like Alan Norris is,
Fourth leg, it's Alan to throw first.
just trying to do a bit of lip reading
Game
there.
on.
Unfortunately, my lip reading skills aren't as good, so I'm going to make it up. Alan said to him, "You lucky so-and-so."
40.
And Darren Johnson said, "Thanks, bud."
Slightly more X-rated, perhaps.
96. $83. $81. $58.
Still got a lovely throw as Alan Norris, hasn't he? Does look very silky smooth and effortless.
100.
Yeah, you've just got to get that release point right with an action like Norris. When he does like this, you just know it's going to fill up.
140.
Apart from then.
Yeah, I meant the second dart, like filling it up. I didn't mean the whole thing would be filled.
Good save.
Yeah, I should have clarified a bit more, shouldn't I, there? Yeah.
60.
Talked myself out of anything.
85. Darren, you require 164.
He's had a couple of maximum visits. He won't have one of the maximum finishers.
60.
They are three well-thrown
Alan, you
darts. So
require
there's
95.
no reward there for Darren Johnson, and they get frustrating as a player.
75. Darren, you require 104.
Yeah, it was almost a 180 in all but name for Darren Johnson. They were so close to the treble 20 bed. Double 12.
92.
Snatched that.
Alan, you
Yeah.
require 20.
No conviction in that. Was thrown completely with hope.
Game shot on the 4 flag. Alan Norris.
And the hope of Alan Norris missing. Are we going to get another interaction? No. Back to
5th leg.
Darren
It's Darren
Johnson
to
this
throw
time. No
first.
fist bump.
Game on.
No communications. Just a little snack.
It's just business-like from now on.
96.
Comes the Alan Norris Yoga. Available from All Good Car Boot Sales from Christmas.
85. 60.
Alan Norris Yoga. DVD you never knew you wanted.
100.
Tried it myself once. Only sold 2 copies. Thanks, Mum, for buying both of them.
134. 100. 95.
Big last start again from Darren Johnson. One of the things is, even when Darren Johnson isn't playing his best here, he's still able to find enough to keep himself interested and competitive.
100. Darren, you require 116.
Look at the scoreboard. Absolutely level pegging. Johnson wants tops.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
And
Darren
he gets
Johnson.
in front. Another ton-plus checkout. No fist bump. This. Oh, yes, there is a fist bump.
6th
bit of a
leg. It's
delayed
Alan
one.
to throw first. Game on.
We need a special fist bump camera, I think.
So again, I'm no lip reader, but
140.
what happened there was Darren Johnson come back and he goes, "How do you like them apples?"
140.
Alan Norris offered him the fist bump. Because the apple, you see, it's round, you can see where I'm going.
55.
Yeah, it's strange. It looks very friendly, the fist bump, but it also looks like he wants to
58.
swear at him.
We are in the beat of this game, the real battle part, the heat of the battle.
84.
Again, last start in hand. That shows the experience of the players here. Sign of composure is still within the
43.
game.
Probably stay there.
121.
Does to really good effect. About to see another contest that goes all the way.
60. Alan, you require
Norris
101.
can have 6 starts in which he can achieve that feat. Tops
81.
will have time on his hand because he's got 0 less on his score, and DJ does.
60. Alan, you require 20.
Double 10. Thought that was in, reel him back, get the fishing rods out.
Look how awkward that is. See about 10% of that. And that's all he
Shot on
needs.
the sixth
How has he
flag,
threaded
Alan
that through?
Norris.
There we go. There's fist bump cam.
7th and final
So for
leg.
the
It's
fourth
Darren
time
to
in a
throw
row,
first.
We
Game
go
on.
the distance, and that is an indication to how tight this group is going to be. But can DJ show his talent?
140. 100.
Get the sense there's a real crescendo building here. Could get something special in this last leg.
100.
Last start again for Johnson. That is the sign of a composed man.
$60.
That could be the beginning of the end for Alan Norris in this match. Johnson's got an 80-point gap plus the advantage of throw, which he is not using effectively here.
40.
Yeah, a bit of a reprieve for Alan Norris.
82. 100.
You just knew that last start was going to go in, didn't you?
Yeah, he's been so good at that. Finding the treble with the last start.
Stay there. Single would leave him the 164.
95. Darren, you require 121.
So both players to a finish after 12. Johnson, sizably easier task. Well, not now it isn't.
Even worse now.
26. Alan, you require 164.
Oh, that's probably about as bad as that could have gone. Another one. Treble 16 or treble 20. Goes for the former. It's a very, very good
Darren,
setup.
you require 95.
Gone aggressive. He's gone direct for it. Now needs to be perfect. 88 left. Got options. 16s or 20s. He's been throwing at 20s the whole game. Why not go back up there? And what a saviour for Darren Johnson.
Darren Johnson.
We thought the opportunity had passed itself by when he hit the big 7. Great finish there to rectify the situation. And Johnson gets the points on the board. Points on the board which would and does move him temporarily top of the table. Alan Norris takes his second defeat of the day. Good battle between the two players. Coming up next, Brett Claydon takes on Johan Engstrom.
Welcome back to Game 9 of the MODUS Super Series Group C today, where someone's unbeaten record is about to be obliterated. Brett Claydon and Johan Engstrom have won both of their games so far. Brett Claydon put on the performance of the day when he defeated Jim McEwan by 4 legs to 3. 41-year-old who's been a Challenge Tour winner in the past, a PDC Tour card holder. Dropped off the tour last year and he's hoping to get back on as soon as possible. Up against Johan Engstrom from Sweden, who qualified for this via the ADC Europe route.
First leg, it's
Someone
Brett
who's
to
played in
throw first.
the World Cup of Darts before.
Game on.
I think it's safe to say that we've been fairly impressed with Brett Claydon so far today. I think he's probably looked the steadiest player out of the 6 we've seen.
And not unexpected as well. He was
48.
flagged up at the start of the day as value at 4-1 to go on and win this group. And with the performance so far from McEwan, you would say that this is the player he needs to get past now. Johan Engstrom, who has won both of his games so far and is starting to turn that decent performance into scores.
46.
And Engstrom certainly looking to find some scores, and he has done with a 180 already.
$140.
And we can see Brett Claydon
30.
and Johan Engstrom level pegging on 4 points, along with Darren Johnson, although he's played more legs, so that's the reason why he's sat at the top. The winner of this will return to the summit. I'll have a look at the bullseye here.
83.
He probably should have done. Well, he's far enough in front for it to not mean a great deal. Brett Claydon has started this one slowly.
60.
Slowly. I
Johan, you
don't even know
require
he started
98.
yet, has he? Still in the 300s after 12 darts. If this was a race, it'd be like he tripped up at the starting post.
$42.
Well, it's kind of classic, really. We gave him the big build-up before the game, and
43.
he's giving us
Johan, you
this.
require 56.
And amongst all this, we're missing the most important fact here, that this is a potential break of throw.
16.
Well, he's left the target. He absolutely loves his favourite tops. Now, how often does that happen, that when you feel the leg's gone, you then start to find the treble 20?
Johan, you require 40.
Well, amazingly, he's given himself half a chance. But Engstrom, we know, likes tops.
Game shot on the
That's
first
the reason
leg.
why
Johan
that
Engstrom.
flat dart landing right in the middle of the tops bed. And Engstrom breaks the throw.
Second leg, it's Johan to throw first. Game on.
And in Brett Claydon's mind now, he's just got to wipe that one from his memory and almost start again. This is where the game starts for him.
Absolutely,
81.
yeah. But that's a skill in itself, being able to just take that negativity and just dump it.
99.
Can't all be good all the time. Is a fine motor skill, judged over the smallest of margins.
60. $140.
You know that Brett Claydon likes this arena. He likes this competition. He's been a semi-finalist
100.
before. That's the reason why he was well fancied coming into Group C.
56.
And that was the last time he was here. We reached the semi-final of Super Series 4, Week 12. That's out to Connor Heenahan, 4-1.
100.
And that's no disgrace either, because Conor Heenahan's someone who's really made a name for himself on this stage. Fine dart master.
100. Johan, you require 160.
He squeezed the third dart through.
45.
Beers
Brett,
off
you require
course.
106. 58. Johan, you require 115.
It's been a better leg from Claydon, and he's in the better position. That might be a happy accident. He can't get the treble 20.
75. Brett, you
Just
require
lands tops
48.
for the fun of it.
Well, he said he loves it, so why not just pop one in? Can Brett Claydon find the same target? Friend or foe?
Game shot on the
Friend.
second leg. Brett Claydon.
And that gives him back the advantage of throw. An instant reply there from Brett Claydon. Man who
Third leg, it's Brett
has
to throw
posted some
first.
good averages in the past.
Game on.
Best average on TV, 96.72.
$95.
Yeah, he struggled to pick up results when he was on the Pro Tour last time. He didn't get past round 1 or round 2 often enough. He didn't qualify for many Euro Tours, and
76.
will be hoping to use the MODUS Super Series to really improve his game, and we've seen some very good performances from him.
60.
And we get into that time of the event where the league table starts to become a consideration. This isn't like Group A where it's 3 days, this is
81.
2 days. So 10 matches and we're already in lap number 3. And if you can win your first 3 fixtures, you're playing yourself into that sort of
94.
minimum requirement for a day with 2 fixtures still to go.
Yeah, there's a smaller margin for error in both Group C and Group B that we're going to be seeing this evening.
96.
Welcome Joe Croft and Martin Thomas and Chaz Barstow back to the Super Series. Featuring alongside
85.
Leonard Gates and James Richardson.
$60. Brett, you require 167.
Felt they were so close, he almost wanted a recount. Oh, that's unfortunate. Well, a visit that started so perfectly. And the fact that he went down for treble 19 suggests to me that he was going to go for the bull if he found it.
85. Brett, you require 88.
Losing the lie there means that Johan would need a treble on return if he does return. There's the bullseye for Brett Claydon.
Game shot on the third leg. Brett Claydon.
Finds the bullseye, finds the middle of the board, takes the lead here against Johan Engstrom. Good
Fourth leg, it's Johan to
response
throw
here from Brett
first.
Claydon,
Game on.
considering that opening leg was so far off the pace.
Yeah, you don't often
57.
get the chance to recover and recuperate if you start slowly, but Brett Claydon come back into this game. He leads Johan Engstrom by 2 legs to 1.
134.
His average at the moment is a fair bit down on what we've seen already today. Sub 80, but Johan Engstrom isn't really providing
134.
a massive amount of resistance.
$60.
Well, the MO for 310 is just to stay straight, and Engstrom Didn't manage to do that after dart 1.
119. $140.
Well, it'll get to have another pop at 167.
$96. Brett, you require 167.
This time, part 1.
85.
Bound.
Johan, you require 95.
Double 14. Would have
76.
been a repeat of the old
Brett,
Darren
you
Johnson
require
trick
82.
in how to finish 95.
Very animated there. That's the frustration coming through for Johan. What is it with this 7 on these finishers? Unable to find a way.
42.
Get a double attempt
Johan,
there
you
for Brett
require
Claydon. So
19.
19 the shot for Johan.
Game shot on the 4th leg. Johan
And we're
Engstrom.
level once again in this fixture. Fixture that just screams to me last leg shootout.
5th leg. It's Brett to throw first. Game
Yeah, I'm
on.
inclined to agree with you there, Matt. Neither player can seemingly get the measure of the other.
140.
No, we only had 4 legs out of a possible 7. Averages are similar now.
$60. $100.
Claydon's trying to impose himself on this fixture.
$58.
Sometimes in a fixture when you know you've got the better CV of the two players, you know you're the class act, that when you do start to impose yourself and you do start to produce the goods,
100.
it can often just offset the performance of your opponent.
Yeah, you can almost intimidate them in a way.
Exactly that.
58. Brett, you require 161.
Wouldn't have needed to have gone for the ball, but I just get the feeling he would have.
97.
Strikes me as a sort of person, Brett Claydon, that just does what feels right. And after hitting the bullseye earlier on in this game, it would have just twigged in his mind there. I'll have another go at it.
100. Brett, you require
Yeah, I think he's feeling
64.
particularly adventurous. Looks like he's just having to repair one of his flights, or one of his stems, I should say. The flight came out and the stem may have picked up some damage. Tops.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Brett Claydon.
Seen a lot of good tops hitting today. This seems to be a collection of players who prefer tops to
6th leg. It's Johan to throw
16s and
first.
8s.
Game on. $140.
He started the match with a 180, did Engstrom. He's not managed to find another one since.
125. $99.
On the back end of this game for Claydon, significantly better than the start.
125.
Really grown into this game and growing into his experience here at the Super Series. Or a repeat experience here at the Super Series. He's been here a few times
92.
before now. Is this the last time we see him? No doubt he'll be wanting to take a place up at Q School. Entries
95.
opened up for that recently,
You
so
require 170.
imagining, you know, 1,000 players will be once again entering the events, looking to take out finishers, big hits. I was going to say like the 170,
83.
but maybe like the 156.
Brett, you require 156.
The biggest checkout of the day. Double 18.
120.
Brett Claydon.
Johan, you require
Just lands it
87.
outside. Might need to be one at the bull. Or two at double 18. And that is
Shot
how
on
you
the
finish
sixth
on
leg,
double 18.
Johan Engstrom.
And this time, Matt, you're absolutely right. We are going to a last leg.
7th and
For the
final
fifth
leg.
time
It's
in a
Brett to
row,
throw
and
first.
again, just emphasises how
Game
tight
on.
this group is. But how different 30 seconds can change your life. Johan Engstrom, at the back of the stage, shaking his
57.
head when Brett Claydon hit that second treble 20, expecting that Jack Garwood, our referee, would be calling out game shot on the match. And then just 3 darts later,
140.
he's gone to a last leg shootout. Beautiful darts there from Brett Claydon. Great time to find his first maximum of this match.
And again, it goes back to timing. How often do we see players who've not hit a
58.
maximum at any point in the game? They do it in the last leg shootout when it matters.
Just that touch of quality, that touch of class, that tour card pedigree.
100.
Has to start downstairs. 3 of them would leave the champagne shot. Oh, what a shot from Johan Engstrom.
171. Brett, you require 164.
All of a sudden, this 164 becomes very interesting. It isn't going to go.
100. Johan, you require 132.
But Brett, he'll feel that's job done, leaving himself a 2-darter. Now we've just got to hope that Johan can't find the big 132. He can't. He's spawned the opportunity on the opening dart. So Brett Claydon,
84.
when you've got the
Brett, you
darts
require 64.
and you're in position throwing for the match, you think 15 darts. Force your opponent to go out in 12, and if they do, fair play. This is an opportunity for Brett Claydon.
Game
In
shot
15
and the
darts
match,
or less, it's
Brett
a 14
Claydon.
darter there for Brett Claydon to get the point. So he's the player who goes top of the table on 6. He's unbeaten today. Who's going to be the first man to stop Brett Claydon? Coming up next, Jim McEwan, Darren Johnson.
Welcome back to Game 10 of the MODUS Super Series in Group C, where we've just seen Brett Claydon extend his winning run to 3 from 3 after the first 3 sets of games. We're about to see Jim McEwan and Darren Johnson take to the stage once again. Another match that has got sort of seniors vibes to it.
First leg, it's Jim to throw
McEwan
first.
Got his first
Game
win
on.
of the day against McIntosh last time. Took him to a last leg decider. That's been the theme of the last 5 games where we've seen all 7 legs in play. And Matt, I think Jim could maybe lay down a bit of a marker if he gets the win here. He's got the
81.
win that he expected to get against Jan. He didn't play well in the first 2 games. He's up against Darren Johnson, who's not exactly shone himself, but he's got results. Jim McEwan could really make a name
60.
for himself in this group, in this game.
So many questions coming into this game, and for Darren Johnson, he's in a position where if he is able to beat Jim McEwan, will almost bat him away as a contender, at least for the next
123.
3 or so rounds of fixtures. But
99.
when you're dealing with the champion of champions that is Jim McEwan, our reigning champion here at the MODUS Super Series, you've got to feel that at some point he's going to put in one of those Jim McEwan-esque
140.
performances.
Yeah, this could be the starting point of his
140.
ascent up the Group
Jim,
C
you require
table.
157.
This would raise the confidence levels. 157's not going to go, but already looking heavy favourite to win leg 1.
42.
Well, he was. Let's see what Darren Johnson can chuck into the board.
100. Jimmy require 115.
Level 20. These are my darts at the double 18 for a 15 dart holder throw.
80. Darren, you require
It's not the first
102.
time we've seen someone go for double 18 and hit the single 1. Everything seems to be rubbing off on each other.
50. Jimmy require 35.
For Jim, it's just those wayward darts where he loses the line that he's throwing on that will be the concern. But he loves this area of the board. His favourite, double 12.
23. Darren, you require 52.
Just not happening. It's not happening for Jim McEwan today.
Double 10 for Darren Johnson.
32.
Well, they're
Jimmy
giving each
require
other
12.
chances. Double 3.
10.
A wry, rueful
Darren,
grin on the
require
face
20.
of Jim McEwan. He's offered Darren Johnson another chance. That is so close. And so's that. Now he's got to really shuffle across.
No score. Jimmy require 2.
Jim McEwan. Sorry, we saw Alan Norris, I think it was, pull off something similar to that, but Darren Johnson couldn't on this occasion.
1 in for McEwan.
Game shot on the first leg. Jim McEwan.
If you ever need a visual to that expression, which everybody uses, wherever you're from, everyone
Second
says
leg,
1
it's
at
Darren
1
to
in.
throw first.
That is the
Game
most
on.
1 at 1 in, double 1 shot you'll ever see. He nearly hit the number ring, nearly hit the tyre with that first one. It was that
46.
1 up. And then straight in the double.
And he made it look like a perfect marker with the second dart.
$95. $140.
big win for Jim here. Would actually take him above Darren Johnson in the table, which again goes to prove how volatile this format is.
60. $100.
There's not much wriggle room in a Group C. Yes, there's an extra place compared to a Group A, but there's a day's less play. There's a lot more urgency involved.
125.
It's very urgent for McIntosh, who comes up in our next match. 3 from 3 in the defeats column. Means he's going to have to beat Engstrom.
140.
Oh, he's going to have to rely on a bit of a miracle.
$100. Darren, you require 75. $35. Jim, you require
The
121.
tally of missed doubles for Darren Johnson is growing sizably in this match. Already had 6 opportunities at the outer ring. Have another 3 if you need them, Darren.
57. Darren, you require 40. Game shot on the second leg.
Well, that
Darren
was
Johnson.
very centrised there for Darren Johnson. He ends that trend and that pattern, levels up the match.
Third leg, it's Jim to
Jim
throw
McEwan
first.
just continues to
on.
look fidgety for me. He's not settled one bit, not just in this game, but in any fixture so far today.
96.
He almost just needs to try his best to accumulate as many points as possible and then just put today behind him.
99.
Start afresh tomorrow. Start with a different mindset. At the minute, it feels a bit like survival for Jim McEwan.
I thought you was going to say then that he needs to try his best to not try his best, because that's how it feels at the moment, that it's
140.
almost trying too hard for Jim McEwan.
$95. $57.
They come down here to try and leave the
87.
170. To have that clean target. You can see the angle of entry there for Darren Johnson. When he comes under, he just tend to block certain parts of that treble 20.
$140.
Lit up, Darren.
180. Jimmy requires 68.
Tops for McEwan.
28. Darren, you require 40.
There's what we was talking about, where that dart comes underneath the target and it sort of
30.
blocks the bed, and you've got to play around
Jimmy
the
require
dart.
40.
McEwan, a chance to hold his throw again and retake the lead.
Game shot on the third leg.
Double
Jim
10
McEwan.
is hit in the bottom corner. You know, a surefire way when a player is struggling, when they're
Fourth leg, it's
missing
Darren
their
to throw
favourite
first.
doubles. Double 10
Game
does
on.
rescue McEwan. Few wild attempts at tops.
140. $43.
Well, the one positive we can look at with Jim McEwan is that
96.
running with what's happened this week, he is going to have the darts in the last leg if we do go that way, and he has been very good at holding his throat.
That's been his saving grace all week. It's been
40.
very positive, but they was thrown with almost grimace there from Jim McEwan. In a sense here for the first time that Jim
57.
McEwan's playing with a lot of tightness, a lot of stiffness. I dare say, certainly within the shoulder. And the more I'm examining the action of Jim McEwan, and there it is, that
85.
you get that tightness in the shoulder, it's going to cause the arm to flick across. Not throwing out to the board, he's throwing across the body. I'm starting to send up the
58.
distress signals for Jim McEwan. Let's put it this way. If I was on a boat right now,
93.
and the boat was called
Darren,
Jim
you require
McEwan,
150.
I'd start looking for the lifeboats.
HMS McEwan.
87.
I think it's got a nice ring to it.
He might be able to buy himself a boat if he keeps winning here at the Super Series. The amount of coin he's pocketed recently.
100. Darren, you require 63. Game shot on the 4 flag. Darren Johnson.
Well, sometimes when you only just hit the big number, it can sort of put you off your stride, and
5th leg. It's
you
Jim
take
to
that
throw
little
first.
bit of extra time
Game
to
on.
steady yourself for the double. None of that from Darren Johnson.
If you ask Jim McEwan, he'd say, of course, he hit it. Quite often you see a player miss the big number, you know you've lost the leg.
83. 100.
I said about the pace of Jim McEwan earlier that I felt it got quicker. I think he's getting even more deliberate. He's getting slower. He's
60.
slowing down. He's trying to make sure. He's trying to find something. When you start tinkering with the pace of your game, that's a very deadly place to be, because it's an indication, certainly to your opponent, that you're not
140.
comfortable.
Yeah, you throw in your normal manner, it's not working. You try and make changes, you overthink, you end up confusing yourself and confusing your mind, because one of the reasons why
82.
these players are so good, it's partly muscle memory and it's partly what they're naturally inclined to do.
I've got to say there, well done, Jim McEwan. He was about to get frustrated with the
84.
situation, just launched the dart into the board. Last second, held on to the dart, found a treble 19. Really good there from Jim, not to let his emotions take over and
60.
sort of spurn the dart in turning. He was rewarded for it. Get that treble 19. So really good there, McEwan, and a good lesson to anyone watching along.
137.
Could be a really good leg from Darren Johnson against the throw. 13 darter.
140. Darren, you
Ewan puts him
require
under
40.
pressure.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
Pressure's
Darren
just for
Johnson.
tyres, though, not for Darren Johnson. He breaks the throw, goes to within a leg of victory.
6th leg. It's Darren to throw first.
Jim McEwan has the
Game
look of a
on.
man that if you went up there and said, Jim, have you had enough? He'd go, yeah, let's call it a day. Well, Darren Johnson might help him out with that very quickly with darts like that. A
180.
maximum visit to kick off the leg. He could temporarily put himself back on the top of the table.
54.
Jim McEwan, who opened the day 8-15 favourite to win the group.
134.
Might be pretty much out of the running of winning the group by the end of the day, unless things pick up soon for him.
And it's so strange to see the descent this week
140.
almost. A mere few weeks after proving himself to be the best player, not just in a week, but in an entire series. Taking the 20
99.
grand. It has been some regression from Jim McEwan. Darren Johnson looks to be coasting to the finish line.
137. Darren, you require
Potentially 11
88.
darter. Would be best leg of the day. Oh, he was saying to Jim McEwan, you're not going to take out 170.
30.
He neglected the choice of going
Jim,
to the
you require
18s.
170.
The gamble may pay off, but he wasn't able to leave a finish there from 88 on the single darter, so he's still going to have to
100.
use one.
Darren, you require
18
58.
for tops. For tops.
Game shot and the
And
match.
Darren Johnson
Darren
gets over the
Johnson.
line. Another mini upset in terms of what we expected at the start of the day. The 8-15 favourite, Jim McEwan, played 4, lost 3. Darren Johnson, it's the opposite. He's played 4, he's won 3, he's top of the table. Coming up next, Johan Engstrom, McIntosh.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Darren Johnson has risen to the top of the table following a 4-2 victory against another out-of-sorts Jim McEwan performance. So there are real worries for the Scotsman going forward, whether he'll be able to defend his crown or not. Coming up now, we've got a Scandinavian derby as Johan Engstrom looks to become the third player to find himself on 6 points, as well as Johnson and Brett Claydon.
First leg, it's Johan
Jan
to throw
McIntosh,
first.
all he wants to do is try and
Game
avoid the
on.
wooden spoon, avoid being pummeled, avoid ending on 0 points at the end of the day. Johan Engstrom has been a steady performer today, Matt.
I've been impressed with Johan,
95.
and he's up there at the top of the table battling it out. He's already got 4 points on the board. And if he has to get any sort of aspirations of getting through this group, he's going to need to win this match.
35.
You can say that times 10 for Jan McIntosh. Found it really tough going today. As he mentioned to Matt, when he enters
95.
the building, he's feeling a little bit tired, not used to playing this many darts in quick succession. And Engstrom qualified via the same route, the
60.
ADC Europe circuit. He's got a lot more experience in the tank, and will that experience show itself in this game?
140. 45.
We saw Jan land a 180 when he played Jim McEwan, who lost that game 4-3. And the first thing we mentioned after he did it was the power in which he threw the dart. Just seeing the camera angle there, looking behind, he's almost floating the darts into the board.
131.
That's the fatigue and the tiredness that he mentioned. He said about the soreness in the arm. And that's just the worry to commit when that tension comes in. That soreness arises.
83. Johan, you require 40.
A one-sided leg here for Johan. Going to his favourite tops. It must be his second favourite double 10.
Game shot on the first leg.
14
Johan
data.
Engstrom.
Clean, polished performance there from Johan.
Second leg, it's Jan to throw first.
And the expression on Jan's
Game
face
on.
just reads, here we go again.
$121.
Well, he'll now be feeling, yes, I can play this game despite that slightly wayward last start.
$180.
Beautiful performance this here from Johan Engstrom. Backing up that 14 data with a 180 here. Yeah, McIntosh, who hasn't had the most positive of experiences so far, will
45.
feeling here we go again.
Well, looking at Johan's averages today, 74 in beating Darren Johnson, 84 in beating Alan Norris, 89
100.
in defeat to Brett Claydon. His performances have been steadily improving as the day's gone on. And he faces in his last match Jim McEwan, who has been out of sorts. We could quite easily see Johan Engstrom
140.
end the day on 8 points, which is a very good points haul for one day.
Absolutely. When we think 14 is normally the benchmark, he's just a couple of wins or 3 wins away.
140.
This is by far the best version of Johan Engstrom we have seen this week.
$47. Johan, you require 81.
Just feels so likely.
69. Jan, you require 148.
Well, not going to follow the 14 data with a 12. Wow, that's closer to the treble 12.
54.
Radar is off
Johan, you
for
require
Jan
12.
McIntosh.
Game shot on the second
This is
leg.
brilliant.
Johan Engstrom.
14, 13 in a game where you'd
Third leg,
expect
it's
him
Johan to throw
to
first.
look at and
Game
feel
on.
it's a must-win match, especially when the players that he's in contention with at the moment, the top end of the table, have already beaten Jan McIntosh.
135.
This isn't just good by the standard we've seen so far from Johan Engstrom. This is very, very good by any standard. An average of nearly 114
60.
here by Johan Engstrom. This is eating at the top table.
And this is good full stop. This is 2 trebles per visit.
140.
I mean, how that one stayed in the board, I don't know. But when it's going well for you, those are the kinds of things that happen.
$100.
Just sat absolutely enjoying and loving this performance here from Johan Engstrom. He just feels so assured, so confident.
100.
Well, he's gone 14. He's gone 13. And he go out in a dozen.
87. Johan, you require 126.
Doesn't need to go for the bull. He's not going to get a chance to go for it anyway. I think he'll have fancied that as well. The way he's been playing in this match.
You could tell the reaction there from, oh,
118.
wow. That's the word I'm going to use to summarize this so far. Wow. This is a wow performance.
32. Johan, you require 8. Game shot on the third leg. Johan Engstrom.
By far and away the best we've seen today.
Fourth
week.
leg, it's Jan to throw
By
first.
far the best week.
Game
At
on.
the moment, Leonard Gates holds that. He had 111 average earlier in the week. This is better than the best performance of the week, which was an incredible performance by Gates.
60.
And there's just no signs of it's going to end.
75.
Well, there's the unfortunate bounce out that thought he was maybe going to get a few darts ago. This game is
135.
really slipping away from Jan McIntosh now. It's almost no longer about him. It's about what Johan Engstrom can possibly achieve by the end of it.
96.
Can he find the first ton plus average of the day?
$86.
Fair play to Jan. He's come out here against a Johan Engstrom who's not just throwing haymakers, he's throwing a windmill at him. He's trying to
55.
swing back.
$43.
Might incorporate the bull into this visit.
$65.
Well, it was sensible play. Execution not there, but board management, nothing wrong with that.
$87.
I wonder if that monstrous average that we was just talking about just got into the thought pattern here of
100.
Engstrom, and he's
Jan, you require
started
90.
going beyond the result and started thinking about the headline performance.
$80. Johan, you require 110.
Well, that's his first go at the outer ring in this match and wasn't far away. Treble 17. Would have left tops. Standard has just slipped a little bit from Engstrom.
54. Jan,
It
you
wouldn't have been
require
hard to
10.
do because he was playing almost perfect darts. Double five. For
Game shot on the
McIntosh, who's
fourth
been
leg,
taking
Jan
a bit of a
McIntosh.
pummeling for the last 3 legs, so fair play there to McIntosh to dig deep and to find a leg on the board.
Fifth leg, it's Johan to throw first.
And in a
Game
funny
on.
way, Johan Engstrom might be quite pleased that McIntosh has won that because it's now another chance for him to build his average back up.
Is still over the 100 mark.
96.
For now, just. The most important thing for him is getting those points on the board. Victory here will put him joint top with Brett Claydon and Darren
140.
Johnson on 6.
$140.
Feels like he's got that composure back within his game. Either that or might just sense a little bit of urgency now because young McIntosh is starting to hit back.
45. $79.
Just caught the flight on the way through there and ended up losing a dart into the 3.
$100.
You've got to say fair play to Jan McIntosh. He was really staring down the barrel after the first 3 legs from Johan Engstrom. He's doing his best to make a game of it.
66.
Engstrom starting to throw a few sloppy darts.
$26. Johan, you
So he
require
loves tops. Will he
120.
at 3?
Now that's reserved solely for Mr. De Souza.
I believe in this venue it's known as the Reese Robinson. Done that a few times now.
80.
It's 1 tops required for Johan Engstrom to polish off a perfect performance where he's running at the ice cream average.
$100. Johan, you require 40.
Tops then for Johan Engstrom.
Game shot
gets
and the
it.
match. Johan
It is the best
Engstrom.
performance we've seen from any player today. It didn't quite reach the ton level as Johan Engstrom was very much threatening in the early stages, but he was simply too strong for Jan McIntosh. He joins Darren Johnson and Brett Claydon on 6 points. Coming up next, we've got Alan Norris against Claydon.
Fantastic performance there in
leg,
that
it's
last
Alan to
game
throw
from
first.
Johan Engstrom, 97.96. And Alan Norris will be hoping to draw on that as a bit of inspiration as he comes into this game. He has lost his last couple of fixtures, Alan Norris, after kicking his day off with a victory
26.
over the bookies' favourite to win this group, Jim McEwan. But 2 4-3 defeats for Alan Norris, losing out in last leg deciders to Johan Engstrom and Darren Johnson. He'll be hoping to go 1 leg better against the man here, Brett Claydon, who is yet to taste defeat today. Ian McIntosh, Jim McEwan,
60.
Johan Engstrom already been cut up by the shredder.
Yeah, he's been steady enough today as
45.
Brett Claydon. Oh, his best performance against Jim McEwan. 4-3 victory where he averaged just under 96. He started the last game against Engstrom very slowly indeed, but it is more
81.
about how you finish. I've got to say, I think Alan Norris has been a touch unfortunate today to only get the 1 victory to his name. It's seemingly always been
55.
him who's faced the player taking the check out in the last start. We saw that with Darren Johnson a couple of times in what's been probably the friendliest game
85.
we've seen so far, the fist bumpathon between Johnson and Norris. So I don't know if I'd describe this one yet as must win, but Alan Norris does need to accumulate points from somewhere.
125.
You can afford 3 defeats to be in the running. You can't afford 4. Norris has already used 2 of his lives up already in this
59.
group, so if he wants to make life a little bit easier for himself, got to try and be the first man to get a victory here against Brett Claydon.
80. $55. Brett, you require 148. 100.
It's been a pretty
Alan, you
sluggish
require
start from Alan Norris.
135.
135 after 6 visits. Start on the bull. Treble 20. Left the bull again.
70. Brett, you require
Thought he was about to give the board a right hook then.
Give it the old Colin Lloyd. Oh, a long way off for Brett Claydon. Wasn't able to find
40.
the adjustment.
Alan,
Alan
you
Norris
require 65.
wants to hold his throw.
Oh, that's got to be 13 and bull now. Oh, it's a mess from Alan Norris. 45 left.
32.
3 from 3,
Brett, you
bad
require
darts.
8.
Is he going to... Well, he's not even going to change them. Would have thought that'd be the ideal opportune moment.
4. Alan, you require 33.
Has to burn a dart to get to his desired target. Be double 10.
28. Brett, you require 4.
I think you described it a minute ago as a mess. And I would just like to underline that and an exclamation mark on it.
Game shot on the first leg. Brett Claydon.
A 25 dart breaker throw.
Brett Claydon was
leg is
almost
Brett to throw
astonished that it
first.
went in.
Game on.
Well, he started slowly in the last
46.
match, did Brett Claydon. He started slowly here, but the difference is he's won the first leg at least.
$55.
He's going for it, isn't he? He's going to change him over.
46.
He's almost becoming a Super Series meme.
Yeah, these are the darts, Alan. These are the ones. Should have picked these up
140.
a couple of throws ago.
$40. 54.
Claydon is winning this game, but he's not going to feel like a
43.
winner at the moment. When you're not comfortable in your own game, in your own skin, it be a horrible place to be up on that stage at
100.
times.
$99. Alan, you require 152.
He decides to look downstairs.
56.
Wasn't the intended target, but use the phrase again, happy accident.
$100. Alan, you
There's
require
himself up on the
96.
hinks. But will he get an opportunity? Alan Norris, when moving around the board, has made a mess of it. On
39.
the last
Brett, you
couple of
require
occasions
127.
to kickstart himself in the car. Neither player's got anything going here. They're just really struggling up there at the moment.
75.
Well,
Alan, you require
the averages
57.
respectively are, well, they're both around 62. There's no guarantee that Norris is going to pin this.
Game shot on the
But he
second
does.
leg.
Second
Alan
time of
Norris.
asking. Alan Norris gets the game level. I think both players would prefer to just
Third
screw
leg,
up
it's
the
Alan
first
to
two
throw
legs
first.
and start again.
Game on.
They'll think that they're disgusting numbers that they're throwing.
Well, they kind of are now. They're back in the same position when we started the match. It's just now we're talking a best of 5.
60. $140.
It does have that feel of a game that started again. Both players starting to
100.
bunch up the darts a bit more, the grouping improving, which normally is a sign that we're about to start seeing a few more trebles fly. We'll certainly see some different darts fly.
58.
You almost need about 3 or 4 extra cameras when Alan Norris is playing. Such are the antics he gets up to. Why doesn't he
125.
He should just change darts between every turn because it seems to have a good impact.
Maybe just likes cold darts. I remember a story in the past of Stuart Kellett, who was at the World
60.
Championship. He put his darts in a fridge.
Just for that tournament, or was that something he'd like to do anyway?
Well, I've never seen him take a fridge round with him before, so it must have just been that
46.
at one event. And yes, you did hear me right, a fridge.
Darts mini fridge. There's some merchandise.
140. Alan, you require 170. $45. Brett, you require 103. $82. Alan, you require 125.
All right. Bull 25 bull. Well, it'll go the standard way instead.
85. Brett, you require 21.
Double 10.
Game shot on the third leg.
He
Brett
gives that
Claydon.
a nod of approval, and it's again, I'm no lip reader, but that felt like he was saying,
Fourth
right,
leg, it's Brett
here
to
we
throw
go.
first. Game on.
Just an exhale from Brett Claydon. Walk back to the hockey.
96. $140.
Averages at the minute. Freedom and wheat, lads.
134.
Ah, that's better from Brett.
$45.
Just takes one spark, one moment to bring a game like this back into life.
58.
And at the moment, you feel if it's going to come, it's going to come from Brett Claydon, the man who's undefeated at the moment.
100.
His last game of the day will be against Darren Johnson, a man also up there on 6 points. So Brett Claydon could get a lot of damage done today if he can just
60.
find another 10 to 15 minutes worth of good darts.
I mentioned at the start of the game that Alan Norris has been
100. Brett, you
unfortunate
require
today, but
153.
you can't average 70 and be unlucky to lose. You've just got to raise your game from there on in. Talk about raising your game. Claydon's not going to find
93.
153.
Alan, you require
Trims off a good chunk of it.
38.
Sloppy.
Brett, you require 60.
Silly as well.
Agreed.
Game shot on the
Not that it's
fourth
going to
leg.
matter
Brett
now, but
Claydon.
even a single number there would have left him a 2-dart to come back to instead of a potential 3. But Brett Claydon,
Fifth leg,
just
it's Alan
doing
to throw
enough.
first. Game on.
you don't have to be a world beater in every match. You just have to beat the man who stood in front of you. And that's what he's doing right now.
85.
Yeah, there's a time and a place to go for a double like that. That wasn't it. I think particularly because the two attempts at the trebles weren't particularly close. You almost need to
58.
recalibrate with the third dart.
$40. $42. $100.
One of the characteristics of Alan Norris over the years has been the ability to dig deep. How deep can he dig in this one to try and claw back?
140.
Man who's looking to go top.
Yeah, if he loses this, he'll
140.
be having to dig from the bottom of a canyon almost. Last game of the day, Alan Norris plays. It's the last game
100.
overall is against
Alan, you
Jan
require
McIntosh.
136. $96. Brett, you require 161.
Left the bull.
137.
I was a bit confused by the previous shot from Norris, but I
40.
suppose two treble 16s for tops.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
Gets tops
Alan
anyway.
Norris.
That's better from Alan Norris. Puts himself within touching distance of Brett Claydon.
Sixth leg. It's
But he
Brett
has
to
to
throw
find
first.
a break and then hold
Game on.
throw to record just his second win of the day.
And Brett Claydon's not putting anything in at the moment or
28.
posing any sort of question that Alan Norris wouldn't be able to find the answer to.
60. $100. 100. 180.
From Brett Claydon, who just pops in the first maximum of this game just to put a bit of separation between the two players.
140.
Then Alan Norris can fight, he can dig. And he is trying his hardest here to keep tabs on Brett Claydon, who is making his move towards the line.
119.
Yeah, he's really finding his range now. Well, he'll have to stay down. 19, he'll leave the big fish.
69. Brett, you require
That's
74.
more favourable. Brett Claydon, you would think he'll have 6 darts to finish 74. He might only need 2.
Game shot.
It was
on the
3,
match,
and Brett Claydon continues his conquering of Group C. It is now 4 wins from 4 for the Shredder. That showed a different side to his game, one that meant he had to dig deep to beat Alan Norris. Got that crucial 180 in the last leg to win by 4 legs to 2. Coming up next, we've got a hugely important contest between Johan Engstrom and Jim McEwan. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we have potentially got the most significant game of the day between Johan Engstrom and Jim McEwan.
First leg, it's Johan to throw
Engstrom was
first.
excellent
Game
in
on.
beating Jan McIntosh 4-1 in his last game, showing the best performance of the day. Jim McEwan has been anything but excellent, picking up just 1 win from 4 games so far. Must-win territory then, Matt.
140.
I've said he's looked fidgety today, Jim McEwan, and even at the back of the stage there, you're coming into a game where you can still keep yourself in the mix, and he's looking around the room, he's rubbing his eyes. He's not there today, is he, Jim
66.
McEwan? He's far off the Jim McEwan I know.
Well, that first visit almost neatly sums everything up. First start in the treble 20, he can't follow it, he goes either side and ends up with 66. It's
134.
just been an off day as far as Jim McEwan is concerned, an off week, you could argue, not being able to pick himself back up after underperforming in Group A.
97.
Johan Engstrom, with the way he played against Jan McIntosh, will be feeling like a predator on stage, wanting to get the win against McEwan.
93.
He's continuing. He's continuing that form and that performance that he's shown against McIntosh in the last game. He averaged over 100 for the majority of it.
43. Johan, you require
McEwan.
134.
Once again, not at the races.
$58. $84. Johan, you require
Time
76.
on the hand of Johan Engstrom if he needs it. The way he's been playing over the last half an hour would not suggest he needs too much time to hit his favourite tops, and the way that first start is sat, you'd expect him just to plonk one on the top.
56.
He wasn't far away, but it was one of the biggest frustrations for any dart player is when you can't follow the first start. 3 of those leaves tops. That's much better.
171.
Perfect setup
Johan,
from
you
Jim
require
McEwan.
20.
And all of a sudden, this double 10 looks a lot more difficult for Johan Engstrom. Well, that first start wasn't even in the same postcode,
40.
and I think that almost negative energy permeated to the next 2 darts.
No score.
You feel
Johan,
like he
you
got away with
require
it just to get an
5.
opportunity there, Jim McEwan, but wasn't able to take it. The body language of McEwan is not positive right now.
Game shot on the
And it may
first
just
leg.
get a
Johan
little bit
Engstrom.
lower to the ground as Johan Engstrom takes the opening leg.
Second leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
It's not stellar stuff, but it is a 20 dart hold of throw for Johan Engstrom.
134.
Johan did win 2 of the 3 meetings in Group A.
137.
But based purely on what we've seen today, you would have made Engstrom the favourite coming into this one.
Absolutely.
100.
Not at the start of the day, though. It was all about Jim McEwan at the start of the day. Jim McEwan, big favourite to win the group 8-15. And to win this match at the start of the day, 1-2.
32. $85.
How often have we seen that today? Dart 1 perfect, Dart 2 a bit off, Dart 3 completely off course.
He's had enough, hasn't he, Jim? He's had enough. You can tell he is not a confident man right
60.
now. He's a man that is thrown with hope. But we know what it's like. It only takes 3 good darts and it can all change how things feel.
95.
Very fickle thing, the mind of a dart player.
It's amazing how we're talking about Jim McEwan playing poorly. Potentially on a 14
105.
darter. There's nothing
Jimmy
poor about
require
that.
87.
Treble 17 then. First port of call. He go 20 bull? No, he doesn't. Goes for the gamble. And the gamble
Shot on the
pays
second
off.
leg, Jim McEwan.
Great leg from Jim McEwan. A 15 darter. Saying to Johan Engstrom,
Third
you
leg,
won't
it's
take out
Johan to throw
167.
first.
Oh, I'm not going to
Game
give you the
on.
chance anyway.
Yeah, when we take a look at the different sides of the screen, you look at the dartboard side, it's going okay for Jim McEwan.
43.
I'll just look at that right-hand side, look at the player, and I see late releases and snatches. We did say only takes one little sign of positivity, a good leg, a
47.
good moment, and things can change. That was a nice leg of darts there from Jim McEwan.
$81.
Almost in sympathy from Johan Engstrom. Great first start, but simply can't follow it up.
85.
Right on the wire again there
58.
from Engstrom, who the last game, it felt like everything was going to go in. That'll be the frustration here for Johan when he's just gone the wrong side of the wire, thus the very small margins of this game.
85. $59. $84.
For Jim McEwan, he'll be up there frustrated, thinking about that feeling that he would have had a couple of weeks ago when he was winning here and
100.
picking up that £20,000 when he'd have felt invincible. And he'll be wondering what he's doing different now to then, and why can't he feel the same way?
$60. Johan, you require 160.
What he's not doing, winning enough legs. From staying there was the option to go over to the 18s, but he's such a regimented
140.
tops and
Jimmy
tens
require
man.
140.
Might pay off. Jim McEwan not going to get dart at a double.
60.
Unless
Johan, you
Engstrom
require 20.
misses 3 darts at double 10, but the finishing for Johan has been strong today and continues to be the case.
Johan Engstrom.
He is a man really up for the fight here, and a man who could really play himself into contention and win here. We'll
Fourth
see him
leg,
move on
it's
to 8
Jim to throw
points.
first. Game on.
6 points adrift of Jim McEwan, the bookies' favourite to win the group. He's in big danger of not even being in contention of qualifying.
85.
You're absolutely right about Johan Engstrom's finishing. 4 from 9 against Darren Johnson. 4 from 9 against Alan Norris. 4 from 8 against Jan
140.
McIntosh. And 3 from 5 against Brett Claydon. So it's been around about that 45 to 50% mark.
60.
As the table, as it stands, Johan Engstrom ending the day potentially on 8 points. I'll be hoping that
57.
Johnson can maybe do him a favour against Brett Claydon, bunch the field up. An interesting one, really. Say Johan goes on to win this game. Who would he rather win in the last game between Claydon and Johnson?
95.
I think you'd probably rather Brett Claydon win and find that he cuts away at the top and stops another player being right on your tail. The other thing is, tomorrow the fixtures will reverse, so
41.
Brett Claydon will play Darren Johnson first. If he can do the double whammy, that will mean Engstrom will stay in second place. He'll come back to the hockey in second place with a chance to cut adrift.
11.
I don't know if Jim McEwan has got a towel as part of his darting apparel, but if he did, he'd probably be chucking it in
100.
right now.
I think he'd have chucked it in a game ago, to be honest. He's not looked right today. Game with Darren Johnson, I felt that halfway through you could almost just see the resilience and the fight just coming out of him.
108.
Put the towel away.
Correction. We could have seen the resilience and fight come out of him.
Even now, he just doesn't look happy or settled. Even after hitting a max.
91. Jimmy requires 70.
Treble 10. 20 for tops.
30. Johan, you require
For the first
72.
hammer blow of this match, a 72 finish to break the throw of Jim McEwan. To put himself a leg away from nearly the perfect day.
64.
Guarantee you there'd
Jimmy
have been
require
a
40.
massive fist bump celebration in uppercut style had that have gone.
$35. Johan, you require
No words
8.
needed. Just look at Jim McEwan's face, it'll tell you everything.
Well, it could
4.
paint a different picture now.
Jimmy require 5.
And Engstrom almost star jumping his way to retrieve his darts.
Game shot on the 4 flag. Jim McEwan.
This game makes no sense.
I'm trying. I'm trying.
5th leg, it's Johan to throw first. Game on.
Look at that. 76.38 apiece.
In that case, it makes sense that the fact the game's perfectly
60.
level. And now it's Johan who's shaking the head. Maybe he feels what we've been saying, that if you keep him alive and you keep him with the opportunity for long enough, he'll come back and hit you just like Johan did to his own head.
Jim McEwan noticeably threw those 3 darts quicker. We know he's a slower, more methodical
60.
player, but he plays his best stuff when he's at the faster end of being slow, if you get what I mean.
Methodical with rhythm,
60.
with a bit of fluency.
$100.
Johan Engstrom, unless he produces something astonishing, is going to buck his trend of improving performance throughout every match. 74, 84,
100.
89 and 97 averages.
$100. Jimmy require 161.
Only 9 darts only in this leg for McEwan. He's on a finish, so a massive improvement here. Right on the wire. 92 left, Jim. He's back up top.
129.
Lovely setup play after just 12 darts to leave a double.
Yeah, he might not like double 16 too much, but he'll take any opportunity he can get.
145. Jimmy
Lovely
require
response from
32.
Engstrom. Up for a 13 dart break of throw. The flight in the way.
No score.
Oh, he Robin Hoods it.
Johan, you require
That's how his day's
36.
going.
One more dart.
Game
For
shot on
Engstrom
the
is
fifth
all he
leg.
needs.
Johan Engstrom.
This time we get the double celebration.
I love how firmly you yank those
Sixth
darts
leg.
out
It's
the
Jim to
board.
throw first. Game on.
You can see what it means to him. You see how he's aware, how he knows how important this fixture is.
100.
Could pull himself 6 points clear of McEwan.
$129.
Seems to play a bit better with a bit of fire in the belly, doesn't he, Johan Engstrom?
59.
Here's a chance for him to try and kick on in this match.
$80.
He'll take that. Gives him a 50-point lead on the scoreboard, with McEwan unable to leave a finish.
81.
Switching beautifully.
96.
Finding that treble 19 with regular success.
$140.
Fighting to stay in this group. Another loss here and
100.
one win from
Jimmy
5
require
games.
121.
In McEwan. Might just be a spent force with a day's play left. Treble 17. Not going to go.
97. Johan, you require 96.
And he was feeling
56.
adventurous.
Jimmy require
Going for
24.
double-double. You know, Jim McEwan likes double 12.
Game shot on the sixth flag.
Makes that
Jim
look easy.
McEwan.
Huge leg incoming, that.
Huge leg for the week of Jim McEwan.
Seventh and final leg. It's
Huge
Johan
leg
to
for the
throw first.
opportunity of Johan Engstrom.
Game on.
If McEwan can somehow dig deep one more time for one more leg, he keeps his hopes alive of Group C and his hopes alive of being able to get through to
140.
Saturday night. If he doesn't, he's in big trouble. And he's in big trouble here because Johan's kicked off with a lovely 140.
134.
Great start to this leg. From both. Both hitting big.
136.
Jim McEwan might match him. He might better him.
180.
Third 180 of the game.
Where has this been for the last 18 minutes? Both players saving their absolute best for last.
Jim McEwan must be so frustrated that he's piling in what he is piling in, and Johan's doing the same.
81.
Well, it's certainly
Johan, you
not too
require
little because it's been a
85.
very, very good leg, but it might be too late. Because Johan got an opportunity here. It might have to be 25 and bull. And bull.
37.
That would have been some almighty
Jimmy
celebration
require
there from Johan.
106.
But McEwan a chance to pick his pocket.
Jim McEwan
74.
so close to robbing Johan
require
Engstrom.
48.
Now he's going to have to burn a dart to get to tops, but he'll feel confident on his favourite target. Johan Engstrom just calming himself down, composing himself. A long way off. And
8.
so's that.
Jim, you
Huge
require
chance
32.
missed.
Adrenaline. That's all that was. Just getting excited, the adrenaline pumping, unable to control it. Jim McEwan
Game shot.
keeps his fate
Jim
under
McEwan.
control. You can see the frustration from Johan Engstrom. He had an opportunity to kick himself into a good position, but instead, Jim McEwan is still in the hunt. He'll be back tomorrow, as will Johan Engstrom. But coming up next, it's Brett Claydon, Darren Johnson.
Penultimate game in this afternoon session at the MODUS Super Series Group C. And there's a real carrot dangled in front of both players, because whoever wins between Darren Johnson and Brett Claydon will finish the day top of the group. And that'll be a real
First leg, it's Brett
confidence
to throw
boost
first.
going into tomorrow's
Game on.
action. Both players have played really, really well in patches. Both players have also had to scrap and dig deep and win with their C games. And I think we would probably expect both players to really shine coming
86.
into this, because they are the top two performers in Group C so far. Brett Claydon got a
59.
nice 95.75 average. That was his best performance of the day, beating Jim McEwan. Darren Johnson got his best average also against McEwan,
100.
just over the 92 mark. Strangely enough, because darts does produce some
60.
strange stats at times. Brett Claydon is top of the group, yet he's the only man so far that's not landed a ton plus checkout. Will that change his final game today?
55.
I'm struggling to call this one, to be honest, because they've both kind of been around the same mark today.
Welcome to week 3, Group C, because
46.
I think that's been the story of all the matches so far, even including McIntosh, who's, yes, he's not had a win, but he's had plenty of opportunities at the doubles. He's just not been able to convert them, which has been the story of his
100.
week so far. And I think on the balance of play, I'd be very surprised to see somebody go through the card and win 5 from 5. But
40.
right now, Brett Claydon
Brett,
is
you
strong
require
favourite to do that.
160.
Well, he certainly is, judging by how this leg has started. Oh, I thought he was going to make me eat my words then and land a big ton plus checkout.
85.
Doesn't tidy it up as well as he'd like, but Darren Johnson is some way back. It's been a slow start from the Yorkshireman.
100. Brett, you require 75.
18 for tops.
Game shot on the first
That has
leg.
been
Brett
the
Claydon.
double of the day. Tops once again lands for Brett Claydon.
Second leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game on.
Victory here for Brett Claydon will ensure that he is top of the table by 4
46.
points. That is a very, very strong position to be in overnight. But do I need to remind viewers of the Scott Walters rule? Sorry, Scott, if you're listening, I know it gets brought up a lot, but Scott Walters went 5 from 5 on day 1
125.
and did not qualify.
Yep.
97.
It's how you end, not how you start. But give him such a psychological boost, not just to be 4 points clear, but to be unbeaten as well. And when the players
83.
return tomorrow afternoon, they'll be looking at Brett Claydon and thinking, I've probably got to raise my game by 5-10% just to beat this guy.
140.
The thing is, when you have a bad day in terms of your
41.
performance, you're off your best and you still win all your matches. It should give you confidence because you think, when I start playing, you guys got no hope.
83. $140. Darren, you require 135.
He didn't opt to go the bullseye route,
95.
which is
Brett,
kind
you
of telling
require
Brett Claydon he doesn't
152.
expect him to hit this 152.
He's right.
60.
Calculated risk and
Darren, you
one that
require 40.
darts players often take on the board. Just below that. Not that far below. Cross now for double 10.
30. Brett, you require 92.
Wasted chance for Darren Johnson.
Will he get another?
60. Darren, you require 10.
Was expecting him to go 2 tops then after that bull. Now Darren Johnson has to split.
8. Brett, you require 32.
To break the throw. To double his lead. Yes, it's
Shot
in,
on the
Brett.
second leg. Brett Claydon.
He wasn't 100% sure. Jack had to lean right the way over to check that one in, but it was in.
Third leg, it's
right
Brett
in the
to
top
throw
corner.
first.
And the dart
Game
of the
on.
double that Ronaldo would have been very happy about.
He properly stared it down, didn't he?
58.
Leg difference also makes a difference
29.
in the MODUS Super Series. So if Brett Claydon can maybe whitewash Darren Johnson, that'll make him even trickier to catch.
135. 100. 138.
Beautiful setup play. Brett Claydon making his move. He can see the finishing line. Inside, he can see the story of the day.
43. Brett, you
Right
require
now, Darren Johnson not
170.
posing too much resistance.
Gonna go for it. We'll never find out.
68. 136. Brett, you require
shot.
102.
But not big enough to stop Brett Claydon from having 6 darts at a double, or at a finish, should I say. Might not even leave a double. Needs to find a perfect dart. Does.
78.
A little bit surprised he didn't go over to treble 14 because he does tend to like tops, with Darren Johnson not on a finish either.
57. Brett, you require 24.
For 3-0.
Game
Game shot on the third leg. Brett Claydon.
Well, he's not landing them in the middle of the double beds, but doesn't really matter. The bottom
Fourth
corner
leg,
effort.
it's Darren to throw first. Game on.
That's it with this game. It's not football. You don't need to put them in the corners. Just put them in the bed. And you get the result.
96.
Darren Johnson up against it now. 15 points behind in the averages, 3 points behind in the legs column. Could be 4 points behind on the table.
125. 100. 60.
We've also got to consider the age of the players, though, as well. When you look at a player like Darren Johnson now in his late 50s. A day like this here at the Super Series will take its toll.
Yeah, it's
140.
a tough slog for players.
100.
Giving himself half a chance, Darren Johnson.
94. Darren, you require
Nice
140.
setup again there for Brett Claydon. Forces the issue for Johnson. Needs another. Finds another.
It is. 130. Brett,
Is that
you
the last
require
start that
82.
Darren Johnson throws here on Thursday at the Super Series?
Tops for Claydon.
62. Darren, you require 10.
Not sealing an unbeaten day just yet.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Darren Johnson.
He's going to be made to wait a little bit longer. Just a hold of throw for Darren Johnson.
Fifth leg, it's Brett to throw first.
Brett Claydon
Game on.
has been wanting to walk off stage right now.
Well,
135.
it might not be long till he walks off stage if he can keep throwing darts like that one. Beautiful 135 from Claydon.
140.
Darren Johnson matches the move.
$96. 100. $100.
Moved into the bullseye there to guarantee the leave of the finish. We'd have stayed on the 20s, we'd have need the treble. So good thinking there from Claydon and just showing that experience of what you get from being on the Pro Tour.
60. Brett, you require 170.
Such an important component of the sport these days, board management. Treble 19s would be perfect.
58.
Well, Darren Johnson, if he lands 3 big trebles, not going to do. Might go for the bull.
100. Brett, you require
Going for the bull would have left him a
112.
2-darter. Still be done. Treble 19.
40. Darren, you require 101.
Faltering ever so slightly, Brett Claydon. Leaves 86. Treble 18 should be the target. Double 16.
69.
So close to a second
Brett,
leg.
you require 72.
Tops for Claydon.
32. Darren, you require 32. No score.
Not the double he wanted.
Brett, you require 40.
Gives himself a little practice start anyway.
Well, that might be the last dart that he throws as well here today, because Brett Claydon wants tops to end the day with perfection.
Double 10. Double 5. And Brett
35.
Claydon is becoming profligate
Darren, you require
on the match-winning
32.
doubles.
Game shot
Well,
on the
Darren
fifth
Johnson
leg.
really
Darren
had no
Johnson.
right to win that leg, but he has done. And if he holds here, we're going to a very unexpected last leg decider.
Sixth leg, it's Darren to throw first.
Brett Claydon looks livid. Look at him. Look at the piercing
Game
eyes.
You can feel the frustration. You understand the frustration.
100.
I've said it many times today. You keep your opponent alive, they can come back and hurt you.
$60.
That might be what we're going to get here. Darren Johnson growing in stature. The gap between the players and the averages is shrinking.
96.
Yeah, there was a big chasm between them at the start of the match, but been closed up somewhat.
95.
Just the 6 points between Claydon and Johnson.
$97.
A good solid leg here from Darren Johnson with the darts, finding a treble on each visit. Forcing the issue for Brett Claydon.
134. $100. $55. Darren, you require 108.
Single 19. Leaves double 16.
76. Brett, you require 157.
In all probability, he'll be coming back. However, oh, just the wrong side of the wire.
$141. Darren, you require
Well, he's left it
32.
handy. But Darren Johnson hit this target in the last leg. We hit it twice.
24.
But Brett Claydon
Brett, you
gets that
require
opportunity
16.
once again. 3 darts in hand for the perfect day.
Darren, you require
Just can't cross
8.
the line. The story's a bit too big.
Madhouse.
6.
Well, Brett
Brett, you
Claydon seemingly
require
doesn't want to
4.
win this, but Darren Johnson doesn't want to pull the scoreline back. Someone has to break. Nowhere near. Nowhere near again. What on
2.
earth is going on?
Darren, you
21
require
darts
2.
apiece, and both players on the Madhouse. Good guide.
No score.
Not good enough.
Brett, you require
Well, that's how you do
2.
it. Just needed to do it the dart before, Darren.
No score.
Brett Claydon busts as well.
Darren, you require 2.
I'm lost
Game
for
shot on the
words.
stick flag. Darren Johnson.
We go all the way. Brett Claydon just cannot cross the line. He's had so many opportunities.
7th and final
just
leg.
can't
It's
get
Brett
this
to
thing
throw
wrapped up.
first. Game on. $83.
Brett Claydon was looking home and hosed at 3-0 up. And even though he'll end the day with 4 wins from
42.
5 if he loses, it'll be satisfying, but it'll be a case of a missed opportunity. Here's what I could have won.
Darren Johnson not able to find a treble with those opening 3 darts.
60.
I'd say has just presented a big opportunity for Brett Claydon, but he's returned the favour.
180.
I think Brett Claydon is starting to get the same vibe that I'm starting to get right now, and that is that
100.
Darren Johnson is coming back into this and he's becoming favourite.
62.
That was a slip from Darren Johnson.
85. 137.
We're now going to say goodbye to Sporty Stuff TV viewers. You can carry on watching the action on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Come back for Group B action
95.
at 10 o'clock.
Darren, you require 80. Game shot and the match. Darren
And
Johnson.
Darren Johnson has completed a remarkable comeback against Brett Claydon. The shredder was 3-0 up, but his unbeaten record has been shredded by the Yorkshireman Darren Johnson. Neither player can quite believe their luck. Darren Johnson in particular, it was not pretty, particularly on the outer ring, only averaging sub 75. But Darren Johnson gets the victory. He goes top of the Group C table. Coming up next, we've got the final match of the afternoon session as McIntosh plays Alan Norris. So here we are with the final action of this afternoon session, Group C in the MODUS Super Series as we reach perfect
First leg,
halfway
it's Young
point.
to throw first.
And it is a
Game
contest
on.
between 5th and 6th in the table. Just one win between them so far. Alan Norris picked up all 4 legs that he needed against Jim McEwan earlier on. And Jan McIntosh, who has been beaten in all 4 of his matches. He's looked a little bit adrift of the pace, it's fair to say. It's a big match for both players. I think realistically, Jan will probably concede that he's not going to qualify for finals night now. He probably needs to win 6 from 6 and then maybe hope there's some leg difference swing there.
41.
Alan Norris probably still has half a chance, and he has to win this match, probably by quite a big scoreline.
Well, the benefit for Alan Norris is he's got this game, and then this will be his opening
90.
fixture tomorrow as well. So he's got a chance here to do the double over McIntosh and get some points on the board and apply that bit of scoreboard pressure on the rest of them.
60.
Yeah, we've generally been quite positive about McIntosh in terms of the scoring phase of the game.
47.
There have been occasions where darts have gone awry, but it's really the struggles on the outer ring that have summed up not just his day, but his week. And McIntosh, still only the 2 victories to his name so far.
140.
This is a pretty good leg.
$85.
Shanghai then for McIntosh. He's not going to get it. Just the wrong side of the wire.
37.
Slip with the last start there into the 2 gives a bit of an invitation for Norris. He can find something here.
77. Jan, you require 83.
Might have to check this out on the bull. Now could go. Tops. He does. Another one. Oh, it's beautiful from Jan McIntosh. He's hoping to end his afternoon on a high note. Alan Norris, the fist bump king, respects what he's just done there.
Game on.
A mess on treble 17, but he tidies it up so well.
How ironic that you can't hit a double all day, then you hit 2.
85.
An 18 darter to start things for McIntosh.
100.
Probably one of his highlights of the week. Double finish.
80.
It would be a highlight for him, though, to beat a player with the CV and the
85.
reputation of Alan Norris. Something he could take back to the Faroe Islands to say, I beat a former World Championship finalist.
47.
I think we just saw a glimpse there of Alan Norris almost feeling his lower back. Wondering if he's in a little bit of pain at the minute.
140.
He'll certainly be feeling a bit in pain because he knows he's been a lot more capable than what he's been showing so far this week, and came here probably with a bit more hope after reaching the final of that seniors tour recently.
95. Alan, you require 150. $55. Jan, you require
Why not?
81.
Yeah. When nothing's working, try something different. Tops again.
61. Alan, you require 95.
Well, he started on the ball on 3 ball on 150, but not for 95.
$39. Yanni requires
That's
20.
when missing outside the board is much more forgivable. Going for a double-double like that.
Game shot on the second leg.
McIntosh
Jan McIntosh.
establishes a 2-0 lead with a break of throw.
Third leg, it's Jan to throw first. Game on. $85. $45.
Defeat here for Norris. You feel it would put him out of contention as well. Regard to this group, still mathematically would have a chance, but would only realistically reach 12 points.
30.
We've got 2 players already on 8.
It must be
140.
demoralising knowing that you're not going to qualify and still also knowing that you've got to come back and play another grueling day. It must be hard to get motivated for it.
Absolutely.
100.
And depending on the result of this, we could have 2 players that will kind of be in that position. Time is running out for Alan Norris.
60.
He doesn't want to be the first player to fall to McIntosh here, but McIntosh, got to be said, this is his performance of the day so far.
$125.
Yeah, his best numbers so far in terms of the averages, 76.5. That was the game he lost to Jim
58.
McEwan in the last
Yanni
leg
requires
decider.
161.
Far exceeding that right now. Another one there will equate to a perfect setup.
83.
His numbers could do with a little bit of tinkering.
A little bit.
$26.
He's all over the place in
Yanni
the Alan
requires
Norris.
78.
In big trouble.
$38.
Well, he left the double in the end.
Well, he's lucky that Norris is nowhere near because so many other players would absolutely gobble the chance
60.
against
Yanni
McIntosh.
require 40. Game shot on the third leg. Jan McIntosh.
Somehow he's gone 3-0 up.
Fourth leg, it's Alan to throw first. Game on.
A day that started so well for Alan Norris.
55.
4-2 win against Jim McEwan. Like it's going to end on a pretty sour note. Regardless of a 4-0 defeat, he'll be off the bottom of the table by virtue of legs
41.
difference. This game in particular is one he will have expected to get 2 points from.
95. $100. $140.
Better from Alan Norris. Merely for a hold of throw. We did see it
100.
in the last game. 3-0 lead doesn't necessarily mean you're home and hose. Just ask Brett Claydon.
41. $85. Alan, you require 170.
We're not going to get the big fish, and in truth, it never looked likely.
40.
Just how is Jan McIntosh going to set this up?
47. Alan, you require 130.
Well, he was hoping for treble 19. Wrong treble. 95 left.
50. Jan, you require 128.
Should start on the 18s. Now treble 20. Well, the numbers were correct on that occasion.
50. Alan, you require 80.
Stops. Why not?
Game shot on the fourth leg. Alan Norris.
That's what you can do, Alan.
Fifth leg, it's
Doesn't
Jan
get
to
the
throw
fist bump
first.
back from Jan McIntosh.
Game on.
Both of them stood there like statues then.
$87.
Me and Matt have mentioned it already today that when McIntosh misses, he has a tendency to drift leftwards.
121.
Whether it's in the 5s or the 7s.
140.
No drift there, though.
$135.
And you see he's just almost pushing it forward rather than really propelling his arm.
125.
Great recovery.
$59. Jan, you require 149.
Went today with a huge checkout. It's not going to go. 74 left. Now, logic dictates you should go either the 14s or the 18s.
89.
And McIntosh is thinking logically.
$140.
Alan Norris needs
Jan,
to
you
throw at that
require
pace.
60.
The rest of the competition. Quick as a flash, 140. Tops now for McIntosh to get his first win of the day.
Game shot.
And he
the
pins
match.
double
Jan
10 for just his
McIntosh.
third Modus Super Series win of the week. Don't leave him hanging, Jan. Alan Norris's day ends on a real sour note. Jan McIntosh with his first plus 80 average of the day so far. 50% on the checkouts. Very, very good on the outer ring. Alan Norris, a lot to think about tomorrow. Both these players level on 2 points as the day ends with the Faroese thrower Jan McIntosh beating Alan Norris by 4 legs to 1.
Indeed he does. Thank you very much, Dan. And for Jan, a victory which will give him a lot of confidence. I think it felt like to a certain extent Group A may have just dented that a little bit.
Yeah, and tired, fatigue, all those things kicking in as well. He said to me at the start of the day he's never played so many darts, certainly over a short period of time. So something to leave with there for Jan, but I do feel like this group's probably already gone for him.
Yeah, let's have a look and tell you what has happened today in Group C. 15 games have come and gone, and really the story of the day has been the fact that we've had so many games go to a last leg decider.
Thus the tightness of this group. When you look at a group like this, there's been so many holds a throw and people struggling to get those breaks, which is why we've had a lot of games go the distance. Really tight group that's going to give us a great story tomorrow.
It most certainly is. Well, let's have a look at Johan Engstrom then, because he really has improved, hasn't he, from his Group A performances. We expected something maybe just to dip up in his direction, and that's been the case.
Oh, he's been fantastic today, and sort of that middle part of the day, running at well over 100 average at one point, 112. He's been so much more composed, and he just lost that little bit of composure at the end of the day, which sort of, he ended up losing that game. We could see the frustration, we could see the opportunity he had to move on to 8 points as well. But wow, what a group we've now got going into tomorrow.
Indeed, we do. Things are set up quite nicely. Alan Norris, what would be your overall assessment of his day? Do you feel like he's left points out there today?
I would love to ask him, because he'd give you a full debrief on what it's been like. It's not been good enough. It's been a long way off. We was hopeful of it when he came here. He started well, but that's been the story of Alan Norris. He starts well in these groups and tails off as they go. And maybe this is just a sign now of how Alan Norris's game is, and now playing with a bit more fatigue, a bit more age, and those injuries and those battle scars just wearing thick.
That was a lovely 140 finish, wasn't it?
Yeah, he's been doing bits. He's had good bits in the day, but that's it at the moment for Alan Norris. Glimpses, and that is frustrating when you can see signs, but not putting the whole package together.
From glimpses of Norris to consistency of Claydon, it looked like he was going to shred the complete opposition, the complete field. He had the opportunity to go 5 on 5, just missed out on the last one, but that shouldn't go against the level of play we saw from him today. Someone that you did tip at the start.
Yeah, and he'll be disappointed. Absolutely. He was well and truly on for the 5 from 5, the 10 points. He had plenty of chances. He came back to the board many times, 3 darts in hand. Couldn't see Darren Johnson off. Darren Johnson came back and got that victory. Claydon, despite winning 4, people only remember the last bit. He would have left here disappointed.
Indeed he would. This is him getting the better of Alan Norris to seal a 4-2 success. But as you say, that one defeat came to Darren Johnson, who is preparing for a tilt at the Lakeside title next week. On the basis of today, how would you assess his chances going there?
On the basis of today, work to be done. On the basis of what we've seen this year, he's got a bit of a chance. He's been playing some good darts this year. He's been playing with Martin Turner in the pairs. They've picked up a couple of titles. He's been made the final at Sweden very recently, which is a silver-ranked event. So Darren Johnson's been doing good bits throughout the year. On the basis of today, maybe not, but it's a 365-day year, not one.
Indeed it is, although next year's 366. Right, let's have a look at the table following the end of the first day's play. Darren Johnson and Brett Claydon joint top of the table, 8 points each to their name. Johan Engstrom in third position, just a couple of points behind. But Jim McEwan, the defending champion, has got work to do on the 5th and final day if he's going to keep that crown.
Going into the last couple of games, Jim McEwan could have been having hardly any hope. The results have gone perfect for Jim McEwan. Jim McEwan is now back in with an opportunity based on how the games and the results have gone. Would not be surprised to see him steal a place.
Be interested to see how that culminates tomorrow. But Group B is going to get underway tonight. We can have a look at the tournament bracket now for you. We know Jake McMillan is into Saturday's finals, the winner of Group A. But you look at Group B tonight, look, we know what Leonard Gates can do on the telly this year. We've seen glimpses of James Richardson. Chaz Barstow, we've seen so much good stuff from him in recent times. But will he feel like he needs to make, not a point to prove, but will feel like on that stage he'll want to put in the performances that we saw from him in Southampton?
The problem Chaz Barstow's got is every time he comes to something like this, we always talk about that year he had when he made the World Championship, the game with Michael van Gerwen. He's got to forget that year. That was 1 year, and that was a few years ago now. And we always use that as a base and what we talk about Chaz Barstow. Can he live up to that expectation? Well, history's told us he can't. What he's got to do now, he's got to write a new year. He's got to write a new chapter. Turn the page, start again, and begin that story. Forget what happened a few years ago, because that now is well and truly in the past, and build on showing us the next level of Charles Barstow.
Right, I'll see you a couple of hours.
You will do. Looking forward to it. It's going to be a good group tonight in Group B.
Right, you rehydrate. We'll see you at 10 o'clock tonight here on Sporty Stuff TV and on the Super Series YouTube channel for all the action from Group B. But as far as Group C is concerned, well, the Shredder, well, he is top of the pile. But don't discredit the DJ turning the records.